Hello there, and welcome to this world of Splatoon, or in this case, Tavat. My name is Lexbraig, and people call me Splatoon Professor. Today, my Switch is... Well, I haven't gotten the fan yet to replace. So... just gonna let the Switch rest until I can get that. So, I'm gonna play some Genshin today.
Mind be purged, world be saved.
And apparently purge some mons. As usual, gonna start up and knocking out commissions. Hey, Kai. Let's go with you today. Yeah, commissions, and then jump into those hangouts. What's over here? Spreading evil. I can just use somebody's burst to break this stupid mage's shield. What do you mean something happened when I wasn't on Splatoon? I'm assuming a lot of things happen when I'm not on Splatoon. Considering the world doesn't exactly stop when I stop playing Splatoon. That'd be a neat superpower. Probably not the best. Anyways, what?
Coming through. Can't catch me. Let's roll.
Playing Octo expansion. Okay, Octo expansion. That was a good expansion. But definitely a lot more challenging than the vanilla. Oh yeah, the stupid pigeons again. It's also a good way to practice several skills. Nice. Do you always have to point out the fact that it was while I was gone? Okay, can I get close enough? Yes, I can. Ooh, nice. I have a few OCs for Splatoon. And I use amiibos to switch between them while playing. Which reminds me, I gotta save, get them back in their usual gear instead of just the lab coats. Let's go over here.
Leave it all to me.
Let's roll!
Manifest.
Attaboy!
Unleash.
Advance!
Steady as stone.
Charge! Attaboy!
Actually, I can get in the water without breathing you.
Obey.
That works. I have a Smash Piranha amiibo. I hate when it does that. I hate when it does that. It drops things deeper than you can reach. They should just automatically float on water. I have to have a little bit of coating that in. I have other ways of getting it though. Cannonball! Not quite. I should have more than enough of whatever that is anyways. Let's see. The Splatoon. Keeping the... I like to keep the amiibos I actually use next to me so they're easy to grab. I got the original 3. I've also got both sets of the idols. And for some other amiibos, let's see if you can make them out. We have a Greninja, Toon Link, Rosalina, Lucario, Mewtwo, Kirby, Pikachu behind the Battle Griffin, then Ike, and a Ganondorf. That's funny because I've never opened him. He's just kind of popped out of the little stand. So I can scan him, but he's not open. It's funny. And I've got some others stashed away beneath. And most of my Smash amiibos I broke. I just fed them spirits and stuff. This one used to be one of those broken Smash amiibos until I decided I needed her for what I was trying to do yesterday, but then stuff happened. One of the nicest parts about having all these amiibos is getting gear, which is very helpful early on in Splatoon when you're starting out in a Splatoon game. So once Splatoon 3 rolls around, they'll be helpful once more. Get me that gear. Then just back to storing gear. I wish I had the Octo amiibos. Those would be nice too. But that's money I decided not to spend. Okay, and this time we don't kill the pigeons. Do not kill the pigeons. Grab that crystal fly. But we don't live in close proximity. Okay, good. You don't kill the pigeons, you don't have to go to Good Hunter. I might send you to other places. There could be other versions. Probably shouldn't be giving out where you live live on the internet. Though given that you didn't exactly give a proper address, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. But don't go giving out information live on the internet. Bad idea. Just in general, bad idea. Try and get him like over here so we can. Or he's stuck. That does a lot. Oh, he was also next to it. That'll also kill it.
Charge! Can't catch me.
Leave it all to...
Little bit overkill by that point. Oh, we still have to kill you. I'm just gonna take care of these. Get them out of my way.
Follow my lead.
You didn't give your street address. You didn't give the street or zip code. Unless addresses are just very different where, you know what? Let's just get it off the internet. Let's just get it off the internet, just to be safe. Delete that. Going to... There. Deleted from the internet. I know. I deleted the comments. I've got to get on both YouTube and Twitch because I've got a bot that posts everything to Twitch. But yeah, don't give personal information out on the internet. Especially in like a public channel. Why? Now that should remove the message. That's the only thing I see to remove the message. Right, back to killing these things.
Fall in!
Okay, that doesn't do much. That does more. Ah.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Alright, I've got to spend resin too. But first, get whatever I can from this web event. Okay, and I've got to use 40 resin to get the other thing. Okay, I can just fight the boss once for now. And go back, fight him again.
Leave it to me. Let's dance. Shaking hands. My apologies. Embrace the ice. Take your true form. Shaking hands. Whirling snow. Let the show be. Sketch. Ha, I'm here. Take flight. I'll protect us. My apologies. Unleash. Take flight. Sakura swirl. Shake it and stick.
Now switch back to these so they get all the companionship experience. Shortchanged.
Let's investigate this further.
Okay, since doing hangouts for a Geo character. If I have extra time, we can try and find the rest of this. Which will mostly just be running around Enkanomiya, following the treasure compass.
It looks like all our problems are solved. Welcome to the Jade Chamber.
Okay, they were having some sort of meeting about various problems that might be branching. Who's Brigit? And also, it's water under the bridge at this point. As long as you understand not to do that, it's fine.
Oh, great. I have no idea what we would have done otherwise.
Why are you apologizing again?
I didn't think we'd really managed to get you here.
Wait. What? You're not making me upset? You're just kind of bringing things up that I don't know why they need to be brought up. Like, it's in the past. There's no reason to bring it up. I was confused as to why you're bringing it up. Because I thought it already resolved.
This was a last-minute situation, and you're the one we trust the most.
To put it simply, we are just looking for the right person to help. We had a very long discussion about it, but to no avail. I have tasked my 3 most trusted secretaries with overseeing an important auction tomorrow. This, however, leaves their regular duties unattended to, and the work cannot afford to go undone. The nature of their day-to-day work is highly sensitive and confidential, so whomever I ask to fill in needs to be someone I can trust, and who doesn't have a conflict of interest. Yes, you were the person who came to mind. We may not have spent a great deal of time together, but I do place a great deal of trust in you. To me, this work is highly sensitive and of utmost importance, though I'm sure you'll find it to be mundane at best. It would not surprise me if you can't bear the tedium or can't make the time. And yet, despite this, I thought it could do no harm to ask the question, on the off chance that you are interested. As it happens, I was just having a discussion on backup plans with my secretaries before you arrived.
But the outcome of that discussion was that we couldn't think of a suitable alternative.
This is a good reminder that we should always have a contingency plan for everything.
Anyway, this may add to the debt of gratitude I owe you, but the fact is, your arrival here has rescued what was fast becoming a rather dire situation indeed. I wouldn't worry. It's all work you'll be quite familiar with. Planning trips, gathering pertinent information, that sort of thing. All basic skills required by competent adventurers, if I'm not mistaken.
If you have any questions about your work, I will answer them shortly. The administrative work Lady Ningguang touched upon just now is only one aspect. You'll also be required to cater for Lady Ningguang's basic daily needs, such as clothing and meals, and be on call for any other requests she may have.
That's, wow. Okay, we already have the answer as of... Okay, no, that's probably towards Ningguang's, like... Which I think this one might come down to like a combination of her being busy with other stuff as well as decision fatigue. There are some affluent CEO types that will... Like, all the clothes they buy are the exact same thing. So that they never have to worry about, okay, what am I going to wear today? Because they have to make a lot of decisions. So they try and minimize the decisions they have to make by, one thing, just make every outfit the same. So you don't have to decide, okay, what am I going to wear? Because it's all the same. That's no decision to make. I sort of handled that in that I just, I don't even really hang or fold clothes. I just kind of stack them in the floor of the closet, outfit by outfit. So it's really just grab whatever is on top. Speaking of, I haven't done that this week. Just do laundry Thursdays, so...
Don't be mistaken. I won't put you in a difficult position, and I will fully respect your judgment. All right. Please proceed to the office. Beidou will go over the work with you in more detail.
Yes, Lady Ningguang. Okay, let's go.
This feels less like a hangout, more like the first day on a job. So I'm just like... Nah.
Before I get into specifics, I want to start by giving you the big picture. As a member of the Liyue Qixing, Lady Ningguang's every move is in the spotlight. Maintaining her perfect image at all times is absolutely essential. My usual job is to be her right hand, to maintain her image and take care of all her worries. For example, arranging her daily schedule, picking out clothes for her, Dressing her? Applying her perfume?
Your eyes are really sparkling right now.
You misunderstand me. I am simply trying to impress upon you the sheer importance of the work you will be undertaking.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Baisha has always been very passionate about her work. I can leave any task in her capable hands and rest assured that her performance will be nothing short of exemplary. I'm sure she was simply trying to share some of her enthusiasm, in the hopes that you may find it infectious.
Thank you, Lady Ningguang. Back to the topic at hand. Let's get into the details. Bai Xiao and Bai Wen handle tasks that require enormous experience, while I'm mainly responsible for organizing her daily schedule and making sure she is well fed, dressed for any occasion, and that all her needs are met. I can go through the methods I use and give you some pointers based on my experience to ensure that you are fully equipped to perform your duties.
It's just basically routine stuff. I'll be fine.
All in a day's work for the traveler, Great. Then I'll skip that and just get to the handover of duties.
Okay. In this scenario, I think I would prefer to have her give me pointers. Because it's not just stuff I'm doing for myself. It's stuff I'm doing for someone else. So I'd want to make sure to get that someone else's particularities down.
Currently, there are 133 items that have yet to be scheduled, 17 of which are high importance, and... Yes, I did try to make a start in advance, but only got as far as roughly prioritizing the tasks before I ran out of time. I'll go through the most important items with you in more detail. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to stop me with questions at any point. First is the periodic meeting with the representatives of the 8 trades. After that, fielding opinions on revisions to the current tax legislation. Then, a discussion with Lady Kuching on issues relating to time restrictions on land conveyance deals. Following that, there's a Q&A session with all the major commerce guilds.
Discussion with Kuching.
Right after that, there's... Yes, you do. To the uninitiated, scheduling may sound like a simple process of matching tasks to time slots, but there is actually far more to it than that. You need to take travel time into account, along with a whole spectrum of potential issues that can arise.
Okay. Travel time. I can see. I can definitely see that. It's like try and schedule things so there's like you can kind of go task to task, and each task you do takes you closer to the next task you have to do, instead of like, okay, you're gonna do this task over here, then you're gonna go way over here, then you're gonna go back over here, then over here, then over there, and it's just like there. That makes sense.
Ample knowledge of all outside factors that may weigh upon your Plan A is essential to devise a workable contingency plan.
I thought D-Luke was Batman.
I assume this is all making sense. Unless you had any other questions at this point?
He's not going to keep going like this, is he? I think I will.
Good. Then let's press on. We're tight on time here, and there's a lot to get through. And we still need to leave enough time for you to prepare Lady Ningguang's schedule.
I think I know how
Already?
to approach it.
Wow. You're a fast learner. Very good. This will be much more efficient.
Wonderful. Then I'll be counting on you to provide my schedule for tomorrow. I'm grateful for your assistance. Now, I will leave you here in peace to proceed with your work. I still have a few items from today's schedules that need addressing.
Glad I picked the most stressful seeming hangout to do worse. First, not worse.
If anything else is unclear, you can ask Bai Sher.
Take care, Lady Ningguang.
Please tell me this is not a branch I need to do. This is a branch I'm gonna need to do. Yep. A rigorous schedule. Eat, wash, change, get ready to go out. Meet businesswoman. Leave pavilion, eat lunch. 3 informants, exchange information. You have pavilion, conference, light meal. Negotiate any outstanding matters. The specific times for the first 3 are flexible and progress dependent. The conference item 4 is scheduled for the evening. Arriving early is recommended, always.
Good. You factored in both priority and efficiency, and produced a rigorous and well-structured schedule. You've clearly considered it from every angle. Excellent work. You've got quite a knack for this. Please be here at the Jade Chamber tomorrow morning before Lady Ningguang wakes up and start preparing based on the schedule. With you helping out here, we will be able to focus fully on the auction. It will be quite a complicated affair. I hope so too. You must be exhausted. Make sure you get an early night tonight.
Do.
I need a more physically demanding job.
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? That's good. I was worried you'd be a little uncomfortable. Now then, the schedule. Let's see what you have for me today. Item 1. Lunch at Lioli Pavilion with Miss Lua Chiao. Ah, yes. I remember the invitation. I need to make sure I'm well prepared for this. No, someone I've never met before. Today's lunch will be our first time meeting each other.
You need to prepare?
She's paying a high price for my time, and I intend to make sure she gets her money's worth. Otherwise, tens of millions of Mora is rather a high price for a lunch, even one at Lioli Pavilion. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I'm just now processing that in the terms of like leveling characters. It's like, that's a lot of Mora. Just the characters you could level with that. Like the characters, the talents, weapons.
That's right. Even at this price, there is no shortage of people willing to pay for a lunch opportunity with me. To be clear, I've never had any hand in setting the price. I too was rather surprised to see it become so expensive. Time is very valuable to me, so when I first came up with the idea, I made a rule that my time would go to the highest bidder.
Okay, bid war.
Gradually, it developed into a lucrative business.
Interesting.
Yes, that sums it up very well. Most people looking to buy my time are business people who believe that whatever they spend now, they will make back several times over in due course. Naturally, for anyone looking to make a profit in a complex market, the bottom line is having the requisite experience and expertise. All I can do for them is share whatever insight I may have. As for how much my insight is worth in terms of Mora, everyone has their own idea. There is no standardized way to measure something like this.
So this is how rich people think.
You're a very lucky person, you know. You get to sit in on this lunch for free. In the hands of a professional business person, the kind of information you'll be exposed to would be worth, well, tens of millions of Mora.
I think I'd rather have the tens of millions of Mora, because what am I going to do with that information? In my profession.
There's no need to be nervous, of course. Now, let's have some breakfast before we leave.
Talking about lunch before breakfast. Talk about putting the cart before the horse.
Did you organize this entire breakfast?
I just picked a time slot.
I know what's going on then. Please, sit. Have a taste of the Jade Chamber's chef's cooking. This kind of food tastes far less satisfying if left out for too long. What do you think? Is the food to your liking?
I much more than I intended to.
Don't forget we have a lunch later. Save some space, or you might miss out on some even better food. Still, I'm happy to see that you approve of my culinary tastes.
You usually eat breakfast with your
On
secretaries.
occasion. Usually everyone is too busy for a leisurely sit-down meal. There is an awful lot to get done most of the time. Breakfast also isn't usually so lavish, hence my surprise when we got here. I actually thought you had cooked it all yourself.
I'm not a terrible chef, but still. I don't know if my cooking is really up to your tastes.
Relax, I'm just joking. Baisha probably made arrangements yesterday to add a few extra dishes to the breakfast menu. You willingly took this work on, knowing that it would be tedious, and you have worked diligently. My secretaries and I are very grateful to you. Treating you to some food is but a small token of our appreciation. Breakfast sets the tone for the rest of the day. You can't compromise on it. If you wake up to the same monotonous meal each day, you will start to feel fatigued even before you start working.
I don't wake up to the meal. I usually wait till later. I also do intermittent fasting, so I only eat twice a day. Just a little bit more in each meal.
Well, I'm done eating. We should get ready, then head off to Liali Pavilion. I have some preparations to make first. Could you bring my clothes to my room, please? I need a change of mood, and a change of clothes will facilitate that.
Yeah, I think this was added with the new outfit, so she
Who
might...
knows? Perhaps you will have a completely different impression of me after I change outfits. I
Yeah, this
already
is gonna be the
instructed
new outfit.
Longyang to have my outfit ready. You can fetch it from her.
Understood.
Thank you. I'll be in my room.
Hello, how may I help? Ah, yes, of course. Please wait a moment. I'll go and get them.
A long
Here you
wait.
are. Please give this to Lady Ningguang.
It's gonna take you a
Yes,
while.
this whole room is full of Lady Ningguang's personal items. Not just clothes either. There are all kinds of jewelry and ornaments. Lady Ningguang asked us to rearrange this room recently. We're currently right in the middle of that, so everything's in a bit of a mess. That's why it took me a little time to find this for you.
Makes sense. I like to have everything in its place. So if someone were to command everything to be moved around, I'd be like, okay, where did this go? Suppose this is a problem unique to rich people. I don't think these really matter because these are faults.
Anyway, you can take it now. Thanks for coming to pick it up.
Why is it an...
Did you get it? Ah, this is the one. Please, wait for a moment.
Yep, new outfit. Okay, we
I
get
had
it.
this specially tailored recently, and I must say, I'm really rather fond of it. What do you think? Be honest. I just want to know your first impression. Phew. Thank you. I was actually a little nervous. Knowing that it has your seal of approval makes me feel much more self-confident. If you're second-guessing how you look, you can forget about looking glamorous. Even the finest garments in the world would look out of place on you. That's why your affirmation matters so much to me. All right, let's head to Liali Pavilion.
Again, zigzagging across the map doesn't matter as much when you have teleportation at your disposal. Pavilion. Okay, just door. Although I don't think I've ever talked to that person, so I'd rather save them more. This is a smaller room.
Lady Ningguang.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
No, no, not at all. I know that you have 1,000 different things to do each day. I'm very grateful for any amount of time you can spare for me.
Especially since you shelled out 10 million more for it.
Great. Well, let's leave the formalities aside from now on and make this just a friendly chat. This is the Traveler. I'm assuming you've heard of him. He happened to be in Liyue Harbor today, so I invited him to come along. It's a rare opportunity to dine with him, too. Do you mind if he sits with us?
No, not at all. On the contrary, I'm honored. What a surprise to be dining with the illustrious Traveler, too.
I thought she'd introduced me as her temporary secretary. I mean, it kind of makes more sense to introduce you as the illustrious Traveler.
I've always been fascinated by you and your adventures. There's so many questions I'd love to ask you.
And this makes her feel like her moral was all the better spent. So, good plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where are my manners? I forgot to introduce myself. Look at me, getting all overexcited. I'm Luo Qiao, a businesswoman. I work mostly in the textile business, but recently I've been considering branching out into some other markets. That's what I wanted to ask Lady Ningguang for some advice about. I didn't know there'd be a surprise guest involved, too. So, the rumors are true, then?
Rumors? About what exactly?
You know, the rumors about the two of you, Lady Ningguang and the Traveler, having a closer than average relationship.
Nope. Not at all. No. Nope. 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 No. Just no.
You haven't heard?
Nope.
Come on. You must know that Lady Ningguang's every move is in the spotlight. That obviously includes her relationships.
Nope.
And if you didn't have some sort of special relationship, why would she invite you to this lunch right after finding out that you were back in Liyue Harbor?
I need to be very careful how I answer this.
Interesting. Yes, we do have a special relationship, but I don't see anything unusual about it. The Traveler is a national hero in Liyue whose actions have directly contributed toward the prosperity we enjoy today. Even putting aside my official status as one of the Liyue Qixing, I admire him on a personal level too.
Oh, yes. Oh, there is nothing unusual about it at all. I was just observing that Lady Ningguang now seems to have a second interesting character in her innermost circle. The first one being the captain.
The captain? New character? Oh, wait, no. Beidou. That's what she means. That's what she means.
You're comparing apples and sunsettias there. Whenever Beidou returns to Liyue Harbor, all she brings me is a headache. I've missed out on a number of extremely promising investment opportunities thanks to her. In fact, the timing is always so suspiciously coincidental, I can't help but wonder if she's doing it on purpose.
Investment opportunities? Oh, do you mean the luminescent spine business? I hear that's been all the rage recently.
Luminescent spine.
No, something else. All the talk about luminescent spines is just empty hype.
Oh, but isn't there some new technology from Fontaine that needs lots of luminescent spines to make it work?
Putting a pin in that.
If it were really that profitable, those in the know would have kept it as quiet as possible. You have to wonder, if the news is spreading like wildfire, who's fanning the flames? I had my secretary do some analysis. The current price of luminescent spines far exceeds the profits that could be made on the end product. So I would advise you to be cautious.
That makes a lot of sense. Very savvy.
I see. Well, I was planning to get your opinion on how to get started in that business.
In my opinion, there are many people around with ulterior motives, making this a very risky business to enter into in the short term. Long term, it's very difficult to say, but I believe there's too much uncertainty to make it worth your investment. You worked hard to earn every mora you own, and you should be just as careful spending it as you were making it.
Yep.
You think so too, huh?
At least do your research before you part with any money.
Okay, got it. If that's what both of you think, I'll take my time and not rush into anything. Maybe it'd be a better choice to invest this money into an industry that I'm genuinely interested in getting involved with. Lady Ningguang, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with me today. I didn't know how much we'd get through, but you've answered every question I wanted to ask.
Good. I'm glad I could be of some help.
Now I see why you were able to become the most successful business person in Liyue Harbor. You think clearly, you are very knowledgeable, and you keep yourself well informed. It would take me a very long time to come anywhere close to your level.
This is why so many people want to spend time with Ningguang.
You've been listening for a while. Are you getting bored?
Oh, I'm finding it all very interesting.
Has it sparked an interest in the business world for you?
Maybe I'll give it a shot in the future. I'm a novice, but I was able to follow because you explained everything so clearly.
That means you also have a good head on your shoulders and the ability to learn rapidly. If you are in need of mora, you should absolutely consider doing business.
I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you. This lunch was everything I was hoping for and more. I can't wait to try out everything I've learned.
See you next time. I'll look forward to hearing good news from you soon. Right then. Lunch is over. I assume you have something planned next? Although, I'm a little concerned about the auction. I wonder how my secretarial trio is getting along.
Don't worry about them. They're very capable. This is definitely a branch. This is definitely a branched path. I'm gonna start with this one.
Good. Then let's do that. There are some slippery characters among the bidders, you see. So, even though my secretaries are very capable and experienced, I still can't help worrying for them a little. Come on. The auction is being held at Yujing Terrace.
Lady Ningguang, what brings you here?
I couldn't help but feel a little concerned, so I just came to see how everything is going.
We're about ready, and people are starting to arrive. I think we should be able to start on time.
Very good. I think I'll host the auction myself.
Oh boy.
Huh?
You want to do it yourself?
Yes, just in case anything untoward happens. I can take care of it myself.
Then we'll leave the auction itself to you. But we'll be sure to lend our full support behind the scenes.
Have you attended an auction before?
Watch one from the sidelines. My net worth isn't quite in that category.
Well, would you like to participate this time? You don't have to bid, of course. Just experience the atmosphere.
Sure, that's
All right,
fun.
then. Feel free to take a look around the venue before it kicks off. Check out the items up for bidding and see if there's anything you might be interested in.
Okay, so we have a vase. Fine looking vase. Clear signs of wear and tear. Can't see any reason to bid on something like this. Generic office implements. I guess they could brighten up a place a little. Still, it'd be cheaper to just get one from Bolai. A fairly well-made hairpin, but there's nothing exceptional about it. Trying to buy in a shop, but can this really fetch a good price at an auction? Let me guess. Oh. It's like... Tick-tock on the clock.
It's about time to start. Find yourself somewhere to sit and we'll kick things off. Yes? What is it?
These items genuinely very valuable.
That's for you to make a considered judgment on. It's precisely what makes auctions so interesting, don't you think? Until the bids exceed the value of the item you're after, you can keep raising the price. If the bids go beyond what you can accept, then you let someone else take it. Perhaps this does not result in what you might call a fair price, but what it does do is identify the person who values the item the most.
Okay.
Yes, you should look forward to it. The first lot is a teacup from my personal collection. Bids starting at 10,000 mora. That's 10,000 mora for the teacup.
Okay. Who owned the teacup does definitely. Also, I really want to hear Ningguang doing that really fast. I doubt they will have that happen, but it would be funny.
20,000.
30,000.
50,000.
Wow, the bidding's fierce. No.
80,000. 80,000 over here.
I'll raise that to 100,000.
It's over 90,000!
120.
All right, 150,000. Anyone else want to
It's
keep going now?
150, one more to see. To get Ningguang's teacup is this guy's destiny.
150 once?
170?
180,000.
Shock and awe.
180 once? 180 twice? 180. Sold!
It's mine now.
I can't believe it went for 180.
Okay then. Moving straight on to the next lot. You seem to be getting quite into it. What a shame that you didn't manage to go home with anything.
Something felt off.
Of course it did. That's because I didn't come here to sell my things. I'm sure you must find it quite odd that all these everyday items could fetch such a huge price at auction. Since you're curious, why not go and talk to the buyers? I'm sure they'll give you the answers you're looking for.
Today wasn't my day. Didn't manage to snag much. There were too many bidders, and they all seemed like experts to me. I guess I'll just have to wait for the next auction. Someday, I'll be the lucky one.
I may have paid an arm and a leg for this, but in the end, I got the result I wanted.
Aren't you a bit worried about the price being overinflated?
Nothing of Ningguang's could ever be overinflated. I'm far from the only buyer who believes that owned by Ningguang is worth paying a premium for. So how much I make just depends on how many people are even bigger fans of Ningguang than I am.
Huh? You want to know why I paid so much? Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Because the previous owner was Lady Ningguang. Sure, the item may look pretty ordinary, but that's probably just because I'm not a connoisseur, so I don't know how to appreciate it.
No, it's literally just ordinary, and it was owned by Ningguang. That is why you were paying a high price for it.
But I figured I'd buy it first, then go get it appraised by an expert. Then I'll be rich.
That is terrible logic. Don't do that.
Well, did you find the answer yet?
It's because everyone has faith in your judgment and aesthetics.
That's certainly part of it. But every bidder will have noticed that none of these items have a particularly high going rate on the market in and of themselves. Despite this, they were all willing to pay very dearly for them. I wonder, is faith in me really the only factor in their appraisal of the item's value?
If not, then what else could it be?
You'll see shortly. The one who spent the most money will surely be the quickest to realize. If all I wanted to do was make some quick mora by exploiting their blind faith in me, I have a million more effective ways of achieving that than hosting an auction. Every participant in this auction was handpicked by me, based on certain intelligence.
Lady Ningguang, something doesn't seem quite right with the items from today's auction. As unlikely as this sounds, and please forgive me for even bringing it up, but I had to ask. You weren't selling counterfeits today, were you?
Counterfeits? Absolutely not. What motive would anyone have for making copies of things like these? They are simply ordinary items, and there was no coercion or enticement during the auction. Every bid was voluntary.
Because we trusted you! Everyone knows that you love Mora, but we also know that you made your fortune through honest means, as opposed to scamming people.
You seem to have entered into dangerous linguistic territory there. You should know that unless you have evidence to support your outlandish claims, I am legally entitled to sue you for slander. Of course, if you have any genuine grievances about the auction, the lots, or the process, please enlighten me as to where exactly I went wrong.
You... fine. Yes, technically, it was all legitimate. Guess all I can do is take the loss. But if word gets out about today's auction, people are gonna start seeing you as a con artist. No one would dare do business with you after that. I guess what I'm saying is this really in your best interests?
Let me answer that with a question. You claim that you were willing to pay a high price because you trusted me. But is that really the full story?
What do you mean? What else could it be?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps it could be something to do with a lost item from the original Jade Chamber collection that has quietly made its way into your hands. When the Jade Chamber fell, countless valuable items from my collection plunged into the sea. I organized a salvage operation, but still there were many items unaccounted for. A considerable number of these made their way back into Liyue Harbor through means unbeknownst to me, and passed through several pairs of hands before finally ending up in yours, and those of your fellow bidders today.
Wait, you mean...
Yes. Everyone attending the auction today is in possession of lost property belonging to me. Or, to put it another way, they were all people who have had a taste of something that was mine and convinced themselves that I am someone to be taken advantage of.
I wonder if they all had such blind faith.
So I ask you again, your high bidding price, was it motivated by trust, or was it greed? The sole reason I held this auction is to reclaim my treasured possessions. If you are willing to return what is mine, I will refund all the money you spent in the auction today.
All right, fine. I guess I'll return it. You drive a hard bargain like everyone says. I'll go and get it right now. Please just wait here.
Despite his bad attitude, he cooperated in the end. Good for him.
That all makes
The
sense.
issue
now.
was that all items of mine that have been fished out of the sea have changed hands numerous times already. Determining who has legal ownership would be an extremely long-winded process, with each item being assessed on a case-by-case basis. Even Yenfei says she'd have a difficult time defending my claims. I could have bought them back, but it's not in my nature to pay twice for the same thing. Least of all, when they'd be looking to make a handsome profit from my misfortune. After making some inquiries, I found them to be most uncooperative. So I had to resort to this auction to finally put a stop to all this nonsense.
Definitely suits your modus operandi. Hope I never end up on the wrong side of you.
I just wanted my things back. Hardly an unusual sentiment. At most, a little childish perhaps. Which is another reason why I didn't tell anybody about my plan. What do you think it was about the Jade Chamber that defeated Osile?
The explosion, the size.
Well, I think it was a combination of the weight and the energy it contains. Its great weight meant that it hit Osile with incredible force, while the energy within triggered that spectacular explosion. Every piece of the Jade Chamber, from the stone walls and wooden beams down to the smallest ornament, contributed to its total weight. But in the end, they became objects of merchants' greed. It's hard not to get a little irked thinking about it.
It's not so childish. God, it is. Hope you get all your stuff back.
Thank you for understanding. Now I've got one of my items back. Let me show you what makes it so special. The secrets of history shine through in the relics that survive. And this one now has the story of another age to tell.
None of the items that were offered up during that decisive battle shall be lost. Yup. Is there an accidentally thwarting Beidou's Ningguang's plans timeline? Oh wait, no, banquet. This is... Okay, no, this is the... Don't go to the auction timeline. I know what must be done there.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of... Before I get as a member of the loop, my usual job is to be, for example, arranging her daily schedule, picking up...
Baisha has always been... I'm sure she was simply...
Think back to the topic at hand. By Xiao and by Wen, I can go through the methods I use and give you some pointers based all in a day's work. Currently, there are 133... Yes, I'll go through the most first. Is then a discussion. Right after that, there's... Yes, you do. You need to take ample knowledge of all... I assume this is all making sense. Unless you had any other questions at this point?
Just not going to keep going.
Good. Then let's press on. We're tight on time here, and there's a lot to get through. And already? Wow. You're a fat...
Wonderful. Then I'll be I'm grateful for yours. If anything else is...
Take care, Lady Ningguang.
Okay. Time to avoid anything too complicated. Really? Really? Really?
Don't you think that this schedule is a bit of a light load? Yeah, that's true. Lady Ningguang has a lot of work to attend to, and frankly, she doesn't have many opportunities to rest. We do sometimes worry about her health, but her attitude is very Mora-driven. If by taking a break there's a chance she'll lose Mora, she'll never agree to it.
No amount of Mora is worth ruining your health for.
I see where you're coming from. Yes, you have a point. All right then, let's go with your plan. I'm sure Lady Ningguang has plenty she wants to talk about with you. There's a lot of things that need doing over at the auction venue, so I will be leaving you now. I hope so too. You must be exhausted.
I hate the whole wait until the following day thing. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go fight this thing again.
I will do as you command.
Let the show be. Shake it and stir. Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Take your true form.
Sketch. Let's dance. Whirling snow.
Manifest!
Let the show begin.
Take flight! Transfiguration!
Shake it and stir. My apologies. Sakura swirl.
Good.
What is the situation?
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? That's good. I was worried you'd be a little uncomfortable. So, what's item 1 on today's schedule? I imagine this must have taken Baishir completely by surprise.
Yes, but she said she'd leave it up to me.
Sure. There's no harm in changing my schedule around once in a while. My schedule is usually very tightly packed, and any extra time I can squeeze out is spent on preparing for the future. So, it'll be quite nice to take a break.
You don't take many breaks, huh?
I don't often feel tired. Seeing the Mora come in has a way of making me feel quite invigorated. Still, your idea is very sensible. Mora can only lift a weary spirit. It cannot alleviate physical fatigue. So then, the days ahead of us. Any ideas on how to spend it?
Another branch. Let's do something you never normally have time for. Let's do something you never normally have the opportunity to do. Definitely branch.
Something I never have time for. Ah, have you played the chess game I made? Or heard of it, perhaps?
It's called Lele.
Yes. It's based on classic chess, but with different rules. When I was designing it, I wanted it not only to be a fun game, but also to capture Liyue's culture in a unique way. So I introduced a lot of concepts that aren't part of traditional chess, as well as different chess pieces and even boards. I'm constantly revising and expanding it. So far, there are over 30 editions.
That's an ambitious project.
True. That's one reason why it's been difficult to catch on. But I don't feel that making it easier to learn is necessarily a good thing. Isn't one of the joys of playing chess to continually learn and progress through a complex set of rules?
So, how do we get people
I
interested
think
in
the
it?
key will be to make something that easily catches the attention of people who haven't played much chess before. I'm planning to make a new set with the board and pieces based on the battle for Liyue. One side will play the Guardians of Liyue Harbor. The other side will play the Fatui and Osile. No problem. I will let you try it out as soon as I finish the prototype.
Future event?
I want to make each of the chess pieces of Liyue Millennial as true to life as possible. And no Guardians of Liyue chess set would be complete without you, would it?
You're going to make a chess piece based on me.
I am indeed. Many of them, in fact.
Oh boy.
My thinking was that only people who pre-order the chess set at full price will be eligible to receive the limited edition Traveler chess piece. It seems only fitting for someone of your status.
So I'm part of the marketing plan.
Naturally, since you are the face of that historic event. I intend to make chess pieces for everyone who was involved that day, including myself. Everyone who owns this chess set will preserve this moment in history in a vivid and compelling form. Then it's decided. Come with me. To make this chess piece, I need to take some measurements.
Uh-oh. Oh, please don't. No, no, no. Why? Why, Ningguang? Why? Why? Why her? Why?
Oh, Lady Ningguang and the Traveler.
No. Stop that.
You already know each other?
We've met before.
I think it goes a little deeper than that.
No,
I don't
that
teach
is
my
the
hard-earned skills to just anyone, you know. There's a word for people like you, who are warm one minute and cold the next. Fickle.
No. No. I have been cold this whole time. Thank you very much.
You seem to be in a good mood today.
As ever, there's nothing special about today, but seeing you two has definitely perked me up. All jokes aside, how can I be of service today?
Remember the custom chess pieces I told you about? I'd like you to take his measurements today.
But isn't she in the porcelain business? I suppose that's what the chess pieces are going to be made out of.
Whatever business I'm in, I am first and foremost a woman of many talents. Don't you remember when I taught you how to make perfume? There was no porcelain involved in that. As it happens, I am a skilled tailor as well. What can I say? I'm in the prime of my youth and I love all beautiful things. Is that so strange?
Yingar is every bit as proficient as any of the top tailors in the land. I've availed myself of her services many times before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just realizing that the Traveler only thinks I'm good at one thing. I see how it is. In which case, you'll find all the tools you could need in the room. Please, help yourselves. I'll stay outside and mind my own porcelain business, as you quite rightly suggested.
Huh? What are you expecting me to do here?
This woman makes me very uncomfortable.
Oh, I think the Traveler is the one you should be asking about that.
Stop twisting my words.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's hard not to tease when you're both so well matched.
Stop that.
Come on then. Step inside and I'll examine your body from tip to toe.
Stop that.
If I hear any strange new rumors after this, you will be my #1 suspect.
Rumors about the Traveler or the chess piece?
Either. Both are confidential.
Don't worry, I know where the line is. I'd never take a joke too far.
That's all you ever do.
Secrets are only fun when they're kept secret.
I hope you know where the line is. She doesn't.
Just enough with the ambiguous phrasing, okay? You'll give people the wrong idea. Forget it. Let's just go.
Thank you, Ningguang. Thank you.
You're always welcome at Scent of Spring. Come again, any...
I slightly regret bringing you here.
I completely regret
It
it.
doesn't bother me. I just hope she didn't make you feel too awkward. Now that your measurements are taken, let's go to Mingxing Jewelry and put an order in.
Hello, Lady Ningguang. What can I do for you today?
That chess piece I told you about? We can start work now.
Okay, let me just double check. Looks good. This has all the measurements we need. I'll pass them on to the craftsman shortly.
Good. And as agreed, please use top-grade materials only.
Of course, we are professionals, and we will do everything we can to deliver the high standard you expect. Although, speaking to you as a friend, I have to tell you that the sale price you indicated won't even cover the cost of production. I don't mean just the material costs either. Waiting around for top quality materials drags out the production time and also reduces the total quantity we can produce.
That's okay. This one is not for profit. With every previous set, there's always been some degree of commercial or marketing considerations to bear in mind. But this one serves more of a commemorative purpose. To that point, as you know, the prototype of the Jade Chamber chess piece has been in the works for a long time, but I haven't once followed up on the progress.
There's a Jade Chamber piece in this chess set?
Yes. And just like your piece, the Jade Chamber piece will be scaled for the game.
Now I understand. James concerned.
Yes, Yes, it's a challenging project, but also, not-for-profit is really not something I ever expected from Lady Ningguang. How do I put it? It just seems out of character.
In business, everything comes down to profits versus losses. You have to keep a cool head and make rational judgments. In other words, you must be shrewd. But shrewdness is easily perceived as cynicism in the eyes of others. People come to think of you as someone who cares only about money and not people. Hardly the worst thing in the world, of course. But it has caused obstacles for me in the past. Well, for example, I once had a case where someone backed out of a deal with me to sell to someone else. We were both offering the exact same terms. It was simply because they didn't like me very much. Another case is where I offered distinctly more competitive terms in an investment, and this ended up arousing their suspicion. That Ningguang, they thought. She must be up to something. We can't let her get away with it.
I see.
But these problems disappeared all but completely after the battle against Osile. Why? Because the whole of Liyue witnessed me destroying my Jade Chamber. At least, that's the most reasonable explanation I could think of.
Oh, I get it. You're saying that back when you sacrificed the Jade Chamber, you gained everyone's respect in return. You're not seeking to make a profit from these chess pieces because what you're commemorating is your personal contribution to Liyue Harbor. It was the deal of the century, and as long as you keep capitalizing on it, business will be plain sailing for you in the future.
Yes, exactly. Very to the point.
Truly a brilliant strategy, Lady Ningguang. You really are a business mastermind. Now I understand why this set needs to be so perfect and why it's okay that it doesn't turn a profit.
It will be a lot of work, and I'm most grateful to you. Make sure the Traveler's piece is exactly how he wants it. We can't go letting him down.
Don't you worry. We'll put our all into it.
Well, that's that then. Let's head back to the Jade Chamber. There's something I want to discuss with you.
She's firing me, isn't she?
I have a question for you, and I'd like to hear your honest opinion. And I, in turn, will tell you how I really think. When we were at Mingxing Jewelry, I admitted that my decision to sacrifice the Jade Chamber was a calculated one. I had already considered what I stood to lose and to gain. When you heard that, did it make you think that maybe I really was a cynical profit chaser after all?
The point is that you stepped up when the time came.
Thank you. Yes, you see things the way they are, however they may appear on the surface. I was lying to Xingxi. My decision to destroy the Jade Chamber was nowhere near as thought through as I made it out to be. I just thought we should do what needed to be done, and this was a decision that only I could make. Afterwards, I consoled myself by reasoning that all my wealth comes from Liyue Harbor. So, to lose Liyue Harbor is to lose everything. In that sense, giving up the Jade Chamber would be a profitable investment in the long term. But it just didn't work. I was grief-stricken, like a huge part of my heart was suddenly missing. Because I had just severed ties with a lifelong companion.
This kind of talks, but then it just goes back to material. Just how materialistic this woman is.
I stared out at the sea for goodness knows how long. I just couldn't let it go. I just couldn't.
It's just stuff.
There was no way I could console myself. So why bother trying?
She's the type of person that would want to bring the wheelbarrow of gold into heaven. Wheelbarrow of pavement.
But as time went by, I received so many thank you gifts and letters from people. Everyone was describing how they now saw me in a new light, how I'd become an inspiration to them. I gave up the Jade Chamber without a moment's hesitation, and I did it for the sake of Leo Harbor. And now, people are inspired to follow my example, to tackle their life challenges with the same unswerving determination. All of this was so encouraging to hear. It made me feel that my dear old companion's sacrifice was not in vain.
So I added Jingxi.
Because, to most people, the idea that Lady Ningguang is someone who battles with grief and struggles to let go of the past is probably the furthest thing from the truth that they could imagine. This is one aspect of the truth that I can share only with you. The fact that I can't always be as strong as everyone thinks I am. Thank you for your comforting words. It feels good even just to be able to talk about it. I'm sorry that you have to see me in this state. But look where I am now, standing on the deck of the Jade Chamber once more, taking in the view. It must be fate's reward to me. And if I end up having to do it all over again in the future, I will not hesitate to make the same decision again.
Countless melancholy moments, the clouds are now at last clear. Okay, there are a couple branches to time off. Or 3. So never mind.
The world remains constant. Centuries. But human life is like the dew at dawn, or bubble rising through water. Transitory.
Ah. There we go.
Lady Ning.
Sorry to have kept.
No, no.
Great. This is the travel. He
Okay,
happened to be. Do you mind if he?
No, not at all. I've always been fascinated by you. Oh, I'm Lord Qiao.
All
That's
right.
what I wanted to.
It's at the very
Rumors?
end of this.
You haven't heard? Come on. And if you didn't have some sort of special.
The traveler isn't even putting.
Oh,
You're comparing. I've missed out on an
investment top.
No.
Oh, but
If it were really that I had my so I would advise.
I see.
In my opinion, long term, it's
You think so too, huh? Okay. Maybe it'd be
We just gotta get the timeline where we
Lady Ningguang.
leave the
good.
secretaries
Now
to
I
it.
see why. You think clearly. You are very.
You've been listening for a while. Has it sparked an interest in the business world for? So you want to be my competitor? Well then, I suppose I'll have to start looking over my shoulder. Or how about this? I'll invest in you early on, before you make it big.
I won't take up any more of your time.
See you next time. Right then. Lunch is over. I assume you have something I'm a little concerned about the auction. Yes, you're right. Whatever happens, they can handle it. In that case, what's next on the schedule?
Meeting with informants.
Okay then. Yes, it's been some time since I last caught up with them. Let's go to Mingxing Jewelry first. I need to pick up something before meeting them. Hello. I'm here to collect the item I handed in for repair.
Ah, Lady Ningguang. One moment, please. I'll fetch it immediately.
Very good. Don't rush now. Please, handle it with care.
Something there, right?
Yes, and no. You probably imagine that Mingxing Jewelry deals exclusively in expensive luxury goods.
True, that's my impression. Yeah, not
The workers
exclusively.
here are very skilled, so I like to come to them when I need something custom made. This time, though, I just had them do a simple repair. The item is quite ordinary. In fact, the cost of the repair was more than the item was ever worth.
Lady Ningguang, your comb has been fixed. Please inspect it and see whether you're satisfied with our work. We did everything we could to restore it to its original condition. You'll still see a few marks on there, though. This was unavoidable because of how badly damaged the item was.
That's fine. Thank you for your hard work.
Right about being a little ordinary.
Yes, though it is something very precious to one of my informants. It reminds her of her mother. My informants often provide me with extremely important information. It's only fair that I endeavor to meet any requests they have in return. Trust is of far greater importance than profit in the relationship between me and my informants.
I just want to choke it on be bought with more.
It's understandable to think that way, and in the vast majority of cases, you'd be completely right. But things are a little different with these particular informants. Mora doesn't get you very far with this crowd. And this only makes me all the more excited to meet with them. Thank you for the repair, Xingxi. This is a great help.
Oh, don't mention it. It's always a pleasure, Lady Ningguang.
Let's go and meet them.
Ah! Chillins.
Auntie Ningguang! Hi, Auntie Ningguang!
Hello, my dears. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yes, indeed. And they are some of my most reliable helpers and friends. I didn't want to involve them in intelligence gathering for me at first, but they, on the other hand, were so enthusiastic about the idea that I thought it couldn't hurt to try. I treated it as a little game between us. It turned out that they delivered the goods and thoroughly enjoyed themselves while they were at it. So, it was a win-win. So, fill me in. How have you all been doing?
Great! Mom and Dad have taken me on loads of cool trips recently. It's been loads of fun.
Merchants, kids.
But you didn't do your homework, did you? Yeah, but it's not my fault. You still gotta try. Like teacher says, Liyue Harbor is in a new age now, and we've got a really important part to play.
This new age started after that great battle, you know.
I didn't know you'd have such a profound impact.
Well, this is a dramatic change, unique in all of the millennia of Liyue's history. Everyone is eager to do their part and make their mark in the age of humanity. What about you, Nan? You haven't said anything yet, and you're looking a little unhappy.
I'm fine. Just don't know what to say.
Oh yeah, I just remembered. A load of really big boats came into the harbor the day before yesterday. Yeah, that's right. All the merchants were there, and it was really noisy. And then the people on the boat started unloading all these crates. There was a salty kind of fishy smell in the air. Ugh.
Oh, I see. That'll be the fishing boats coming back from the open ocean. How much cargo were they carrying? Remember, I taught you how you can tell.
Yep, I made sure to look at the waterline, just like you said. They looked really full this time.
My goodness. Well, it sounds like they made quite a big catch.
Because the lower... Okay. Ships float by pushing water out of the way, and then that water holds them up. But the more weight of the boat in the boat, the more water the boat has to push out of the way, and consequently, the lower it sinks down. So, if you get a big catch, your boat's gonna be lower in the water.
The heavier the boat, the lower the hull sits in the water. So you can tell how heavily loaded a vessel is from the height of the waterline. How deep a fully loaded vessel will sit in the water varies from ship to ship, but it's something you can tell from experience, at least for the kinds of vessels you see regularly.
Since Auntie Ningguang taught me how to do it, I can tell with just one look.
Very clever.
A few days ago, I heard some people saying that a big merchant from Fontaine is coming soon to buy luminescent spines.
Ah, that's something the other lady mentioned.
They said that when they get here, the price will go up a lot.
Oh, really?
That's the opposite of what Ningguang's analysis find out.
Who did you hear this from? Do you remember what they looked like?
No, I don't remember.
All right, never mind. So, how about what they said? Do you remember their exact words?
I don't remember that either. Sorry.
Poor Non.
Are you okay? You're usually the one that talks the most. What's gotten into you today?
It's okay. Don't be upset. Actually, I brought you a little something to cheer you up. How about that, hmm?
It's my comb. You remembered.
Of course I did. If I make you a promise, I will always keep it.
Thank you, Auntie Ningguang. Thank you so much.
It was just a small favor, really. Nothing to get overexcited about.
But they said you'd be too busy to remember about a boring old comb.
They?
Uh-oh.
It looks like there's a story here.
It's all right. Don't worry. There just seems to be some kind of misunderstanding here. Why don't you take this opportunity to clear it up? Don't you think that'd be best?
Yeah, Auntie Ningguang's not gonna blame you.
I'm sorry. I told you a lie. That thing about the luminescent spines wasn't something I heard. Two people came and told me to say it to you. I told them I didn't want to lie to Auntie Ningguang, but, they told me you'd forgotten all about the comb, and I didn't know how to argue with them. Then they bought me a new comb, and I'm sorry. I'll give them the comb back right away. No comb is better than the one you helped get fixed for me.
I know how much it means to you. It was a gift from your mom before she left Liyue Harbor, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I'll be extra careful with it from now on. When Mom gets back, she'll be so sad if she finds out I broke it.
I must say, this is most intriguing.
Looks like someone's trying to scam you.
How about this? You tell me where those two people are, and I'll take the comb back to them for you. Sound good?
Okay. They're over at the docks. They said I should go and meet them when I finished the mission.
All right then. Don't worry, it'll all be fine. I'll be right back.
Are you gonna go punish the bad guys?
Now, this is a grown-up situation, okay? It's not fun and games anymore. And don't try and follow me. I'm just going to have a polite discussion with those two grown-ups about what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do.
Oh, this gotta be good. Quiet, you.
Do you think that kid's gonna fluff her lines? Also, let's be honest, this is a new low for us.
Yes, I know. But we didn't have any other options. Just try not to overthink it, okay? Nanan's one of Ningguang's most trusted informants. Ningguang adores that kid. She's not gonna get all suspicious just because her story doesn't quite add up.
It sounds like you underestimated me. And the children as well.
Lady Ningguang?
You knew how important that comb was to Nan, and you exploited that fact to emotionally manipulate her. You coached a child to lie, made her betray her own innocence and confuse her conscience. Do you not realize how contemptible that is?
Sorry, Lady Ningguang. We never should have crossed you like this.
That's not the point. Business is business. And at some point, we're all trying to get the better of one another. So if all you've done is fool me by feeding me false information, I'd make a loss, and that would be the end of it. But you cannot put Mora above all else. You cannot go exploiting children for profit. Do you have any idea just how much damage that will cause?
It was hardly our first choice either. We were only acting out of necessity. We've been business partners for years now. We've gotten by, I guess, but never had any opportunities to expand. When we heard about the movement in the luminescent spine market, we thought to heck with it. Let's go all in on this one, see if we don't get lucky for once. So we stocked up a huge stash of luminescent spines and watched as the price went up and up. We thought this was gonna be it. We were gonna make our fortune.
But we waited and waited, and this mystery merchant from Fontaine never came. More and more people started to suspect it was all a huge scam. Suddenly, everyone with luminescent spines was running for the exit, selling as fast as they could, but we had so much inventory that no one was willing to buy it.
That's why I thought of
Oh
Ningguang.
yeah! As soon as Lady Ningguang makes a move, everyone follows her lead, and the price takes a steep hike. If we don't sell the goods, we're both bankrupt. We're in debt up to our eyeballs. We just didn't have any other choices.
To be brutally honest, we took out a loan and made a speculative investment is not a sob story.
Oh. Business analysis was correct. Supports your conclusion about the luminescent spine hype.
But not everyone has the capability to make rational decisions.
This is an unfortunate truth.
Greed, a lust for wealth, and impatience can all cloud your judgment. Do you now realize how dire the consequences of wild speculation can be?
100%. We've both barely slept in days. We begged people to take our stock off our hands. They laughed at us, called us idiots, thought it was all hilarious.
We messed up. Completely and catastrophically messed up. The savings we worked so hard our whole lives to build up, decimated, just like that. All we want now is a chance to start over.
Well, I can take your luminescent spines off your hands, but we will need a detailed contract. The portion of what I pay that exceeds the average price of luminescent spines in the past, you will have to pay back to me by some means in our future business dealings.
Huh? But that means our profit is 0.
Yes, but 0 is better than red.
Then you're free to find another willing buyer. But if you're seriously still insisting on turning a profit under these circumstances, I'm afraid you're beyond redemption.
Lady Ningguang is right. Let's swap the goods for cash and use it to pay off our debts and be done with it. This is a lifeline and we should be grateful for it. Forget about making money.
Yes, you're right.
I have no particular need for luminescent spines, but I'm quite sure I can uncover a market for it with a little research.
Okay, so, shall we get this deal done now, or?
No need to hurry. Our deal is hardly the urgent matter here. Atoning for your transgressions is the main order of business. You took advantage of a child, and you are coming with me to make a full and unreserved apology. This is an opportunity for you to show remorse.
Oh, okay.
Come on, let's go back and see the children. We're back. Everything's all sorted.
Huh? Oh, it's those two.
I'm sorry, Nan Nan. I was lying to you when I told you that Lady Ningguang wouldn't fix your comb. I was completely in the wrong, and I promise I'll never do anything like this again. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
What do you think, Auntie Ningguang?
I think it should be your choice, and yours alone.
No matter what your decision, we support you.
Well, since it's all sorted out now and nothing super bad happened, I guess it's okay.
What happened to it being Nan-Nan's decision?
But we can't just let them off. We gotta show them you don't mess with us.
That's true. I'd certainly hate to see anyone else try to con you.
I've made up my mind. I want them to come play with us.
What?
Yeah! Now we have someone to play hide and seek with. Great idea. Let's go play hide and seek at the North Wharf.
Wait a second.
Nope. No waiting. Come on!
So full of energy. Yes, of course. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving them alone with those two buffoons. Let me guess what you're thinking. You're thinking that there's not a huge difference between me turning these children into my informants and the actions of those two businessmen. Am I right?
It's not as bad, but...
They were completely different when I first met them. They'd run away as soon as they saw me, or they'd be shaking with nerves and unable to speak.
Oh, they didn't go after all.
Gradually, they stopped seeing me as someone to be afraid of, and started seeing me as someone they can trust. For my part, I did my utmost to fulfill the duties of a responsible adult. I played games with them, but I also taught them observation skills, analytical skills, how to think critically. I never taught business, though.
She's teaching them all things that I just don't see people practicing a lot. So yes, Ningguang is definitely doing a good here.
Now, they're much further ahead in their studies, and far more mature than their peers. This has given them confidence in themselves. I think that this is beneficial to them.
Not like a teacher to him.
Yes, perhaps I am. I never had the chance to receive a good education as a child. That's why I hope to teach these children myself. Hopefully, I can pass on some of what I've learned. Someday they may realize that not everything is a win-win deal, that deception and one-upmanship are facts of life. But there's nothing wrong with that.
Does it really have to be that way, though?
When that happens, they will be ready to face the world head-on and become exceptional businessmen and women. But until then, I am here to protect them.
Are you gonna look at the heirs?
I will one day die. New Qixing will replace the old, and Liyue will continue to prosper. I hope the name Ningguang will live on, but not as a person, as more of a symbol. If I can pass on everything I have learned, I can create a legacy that will live on long after I am gone.
Come on, Auntie Ningguang! Hurry up! We're not gonna wait forever!
Coming! Come on, let's enjoy this while we can.
Time flies and the good years away. The name Ningguang remain a symbol for generations to come. Okay, those are both done. I so despise the wait till next day mechanic.
Add Astra.
Let's just kill a robot again.
I'll protect us.
Unleash! Take flight! Embrace the ice! Manifest! My apologies!
Let's dance. Think you can bully me?
Take flight! Kamisato art! Sometsu! Obey!
Shake a hamster.
That was a nice smooth run.
What exactly is teamwork?
Stay close and you will live.
Hi, Brian. Shinho's story. Yeah. And then after getting all of her story, she's all the better. The homicidal tendencies, like the homicidal nature part, that definitely is like, excuse? But of course, everything works out in the end. And she's also been an exceptional addition to my Fri's team. There's something else to the whole.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of
Something
Yes,
about, like,
I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? That's
okay,
good.
reason to
I
go
was
through them.
worried you'd be a little uncomfortable.
I still haven't quite figured out where and when the whole calamitous spirit came into effect. Like, did she get the calamity? I think it's more it was dormant. And then when her dad tried to sacrifice her, it awoke to help her fight the monster her dad summoned. And then she got her vision, and that tipped the battle in her favor.
So, what's item 1 on today's schedule?
Well, she didn't have her vision when the fight started, but after like 3 days of being in a stalemate with the beast, she got her vision, and that tipped it in her favor. So she was able to murderize it. And that's when Cloud Retainer, because Cloud Retainer had sensed the evil spirit's presence and went to investigate, and then found Shenhe and took her in.
I imagine this must have taken by sure. My schedule is usually so it'll be quite nice to take a break. I don't often feel tired. Seeing the Mora come in has a way of making me feel still. Your idea is very sensible. So then, the days ahead of us.
Okay.
Something I never have the opportunity to do. Interesting. Before I decide, I'd like to know, what gave you this idea? Because as far as most people are concerned, Mora is the key to any and all opportunities.
More gonna be a limitation. I think both of these give me the alternate endings I'm looking for. She specifically mentioned Mora here, so I want to go with Mora.
Yes, you're absolutely right. This is what I appreciate about you. You see things the way they are rather than how they appear. I want to do something a little self-indulgent. Is that okay by you?
There's yours.
Thank you. All right, here it is. I've always thought it would be fun to recapture what life was like before I joined the Liu Qixing.
Interesting.
I was born into a humble family, and all the wealth you see now began with a single haul of fish.
Ah, so that's why she knows how to identify boats. How much cargo a boat is carrying. You know how to fish?
I had to. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Fishing isn't the half of it. You'd be amazed at some of the odd jobs I've worked in my time. A lot of the old folks like to brag about how I used to be their errand runner back in the day.
Hard to imagine, but it makes sense. Okay, this is one of those. These are the exact same thing, they just... Why do they do this? Why not? They could have just had that on one thing instead of having it be two.
They were tough times. but I had a clear goal and plenty of motivation.
Maybe a translation thing.
If I didn't make any money in the morning, I'd have no food for lunch. I guess that's why I came to be so obsessed with Mora. I want to relive that time from my life. Feel some of that drive again. Take a trip down memory lane.
Beidou are close. We'll get to Beidou. Though I'm planning to do Beidou last. Because at this point, I'm doing these hangout quests in order of ascending interest in the character.
So how about it? Will you join me?
Not what I was expecting. Sounds like fun.
Great. Then let me lay down the ground rules. We're not to use our status or reputation in Liyue Harbor to our advantage, and we have no starting capital. The goal is to see how much more we can make under these conditions.
Does that mean you're gonna need a disguise? So at the bottom of the ladder. This might be the branch. Let's go bug the Fatui.
I can see why you'd suggest that. You're thinking I could use my knowledge of how Mora works to my advantage and make a lot of money there. But Northland Bank is a special case. I rather suspect I would not be welcome there.
Because you've clashed with my past?
Yes, and also... never mind. I'll just show you. It won't eat up too much time. I expect they still hold a grudge against me to this day.
Ooh. Juicy. This one? Getting to Northland Bank is always a bit of a pain. Fortunately, I brought an elevator. Do I have... Don't have her things.
Someone needs assistance. I'll catch up.
Probably going in and out of Jade Chamber. There's no nice direct path to get to this place. Oh, there's a staircase. This might have been that nice direct path I was looking for. Oh! I climbed up. I literally could have... Wait. No. I had to climb up that. Then... What is this? Oh, okay, that's... No. I hate that. I wish they would just make the interact distances the same. I doubt it. But what if the chest just... Nope. Chest does not respawn. Okay.
Lady Ningguang. I would hope that you're not here to create further trouble for the Fatui.
Her hair. It's Yinger, but as a Fatui.
With all due respect, too much official pressure will risk driving our bank out of business.
There's no need to be so hostile. I'm just here to talk business. So, are you in business or not?
That depends on the proposal, and it's not my decision alone. But first, tell me, why should we believe that you really are here for business? Because if you're here to make us suffer huge losses like last time, then I'm sorry, but none of us here can afford that.
Straight to the point, I see. Works for me. Traveler, we're leaving. Let's not waste any more of our time here.
Welcome to the Northland Bank.
If I take the loan...
Do you see what I mean now? Their attitude was just as I expected.
You're not even trying to hide their hostility.
That's for sure. Although our diplomatic relations with Snezhnaya haven't broken down completely. I dealt them a rather ruthless blow with the size of the reparations payment I imposed.
Ooh.
This sum was paid by Northland Bank, so they are still wary of me to this day.
So it is true. The Northland Bank is just an arm of the Fatui.
Yes, with some exceptions, but that is more or less correct. If you encounter them in any other nations during your travels, be on your guard. They are more than just a commercial organization.
Well, now I know. Does that make this trip worth it? Guess I shouldn't have included this as an option.
That's okay. My intention here was to show you some of the repercussions of that great battle. But that's quite enough politics for today. Let's get back to our fun little survival game.
Wait a second, can you sense
Now
it?
that you mention it, yes. We're being watched.
I think they've been following us since we left Northland Bank.
What are they plotting this time?
Let's grab them and ask the question.
My thoughts exactly. But we need to be discreet. If they realize we're onto them, then we'll lose the element of surprise. Let's act natural, determine who our tail is, then lure them somewhere more deserted so we can catch them. Keep moving, just walk forward at a normal pace and don't do anything to give away that we suspect anything.
This is not an old pace, this is very slow. Hold on, I almost got the thing. There we go.
Okay, I think we have a few potential suspects. There's a lot of foot traffic here, but if you look closely, you'll see only a handful of people have been watching us constantly. But I'm still not sure which of them is our tail. Agreed. Whoever it is will continue to follow us.
It's probably this guy in the trench coat. Alright, lantern right.
I think we've narrowed it down a little further. But let's stay calm until we're 100% sure. It shouldn't take much longer.
Are we gonna take them to Wangshang Funeral Parlor? That would be hilarious. Sus.
I think I have the answer. Let's get out of his line of sight and sneak up on him. Don't get the wrong person, though, or all our efforts will have been for nothing.
What are you doing?
Come now. Did you really think we wouldn't notice you sneaking around?
What? I'm not doing anything.
There's no use trying to
I
deny
don't
it.
know what scheme Northland Bank has in the works, and I don't know what they're paying you. But let's make a deal. How cooperative you are now decides how much immunity I give you when this gets investigated. Or do you seriously think Northland Bank won't throw you to the wolves when push comes to shove? Why don't you weigh the pros and cons and give me a clear answer before I retract my offer?
She is stern. She's not giving him a moment to breathe.
Sorry, Lady Ningguang. My assignment was just to follow you, I promise, that's it. When you showed up unannounced at Northland Bank, everyone was instantly on high alert. We figured you must be up to something, but your brief conversation left us none the wiser as to your intentions. We couldn't just overlook it. We had to get to the bottom of it before we could put our minds at rest.
Are they really this guarded against you?
I know they're wary of me, but this is still an overreaction, surely. This all feels very suspicious. There must be more to this than he is letting on. I only took you there to demonstrate how tense things are. Somehow we only tested the waters, but ended up with the catch of the day. Is there anyone else following us besides you?
Yes. They would have seen this and reported back.
Then we need to get moving. The longer they have to react, the fewer clues they'll leave behind.
Don't you need to prepare? Don't you need more evidence?
No time. I'll just have to improvise. Keep him with you. Do not let him slip away.
Okay, just... back to the staircase maze. Okay, just gonna go over here. Help me... No, not this way. This is the way. Where's Night Guard? Right, Lantern, right. I think at night they both...
Are you saying that Ningguang hasn't done anything? impossible. She wouldn't have shown up here out of the blue without good reason. Keep investigating. We must ascertain her intentions.
So much commotion. This must be an important meeting.
Oh, great.
It looks like I wasn't supposed to be privy to the contents of this particular meeting. This simplifies things.
So, you are here to investigate us after all. Where did you get wind of this?
That doesn't matter. What matters is that I made a brief and inconsequential visit, and your first reaction was to immediately arrange a sizable surveillance operation with myself as the target. You couldn't have advertised your guilty conscience more clearly if you'd tried. You may as well come clean. You know I will not turn a blind eye to any violation of the rules in Liyue Harbor.
Even if we cooperate with her investigation, she's bound to find problems even where there are none. Well, if you're such a stickler for the rules, you can carry out your investigation by the book. The Northland Bank has no obligation to cooperate, even with a member of the Liyue Qixing.
No obligation. What? Okay, that sounds like somebody made a raw deal somewhere.
Fine by me. Then I'll take my time. But you'll be begging to tell me everything by the time I'm through.
No one wants to have to go up against Ningguang. This is taking a lot longer than I was expecting.
The world remains constant over the centuries.
Of course.
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? That's good. So, what's item 1 on I imagine this must have taken... Sure. My schedule is usually very... So, it'll be quite nice to take a... I don't often feel tired. Still, your idea is... So then, the days... Something I never... interesting. Because as far as most people are concerned, Mora is the key to... Yes, you're absolutely right. This is what I appreciate about... I want to do something a little self-indulgent. Is that okay by you? Thank you. All right, I was born into a humble family. I had to. Fishing isn't the half of it. A lot of the old folks like to brag about how I used to be their errand runner. They were tough times. If I didn't make any money in the morning, I want to relive that time. So how about it? Will you join? Great. Then we're not to use our... The goal is to see...
Okay, start the bottom of the letter.
But working as a day laborer could be quite dull. Why don't we go down to the docks? They periodically throw out a lot of unclaimed or abandoned goods. We might find something that we can exchange for Mora.
That's not the most dignified way to make
What
money.
does it matter? Don't worry about it. It's all part of the fun. Come on, let's go down to the docks.
Lady Ningguang, to what do I owe the honor? Are you here to inspect the goods in the warehouse? You may have to wait a moment. I must have not gotten the message.
Welcome back.
Sorry, I won't be long. I'll grab all the paperwork right away.
Calm down. No need to panic. That's not why we're here.
Oh, you're just looking for me? I haven't done anything. Have I? I mean, I don't think so.
I want to know about the unclaimed and abandoned goods.
All right, the periodic clearances. Yeah, I've been handling those, strictly per the protocol. I make sure I post all the necessary notices and notify every individual that I'm required to. It used to be a huge problem, but with a bit of hard work, I've managed to reduce the amount of goods we need to clear out by at least half.
New bedroom? Does that mean you're moving into a new house? Because usually a new bedroom would come with a new house. Unless somebody's moved out of a bedroom and you're just moving to a new bedroom. Okay, that makes sense. So many goods get abandoned in the first place.
It's hard to say. It really depends. Everyone has their own reasons. But as far as the warehouse is concerned, they all fall into these categories: unclaimed goods, damaged goods, or unpaid storage fees. As for the damaged ones, I guarantee you it's nothing to do with how they're stored. It's because some things go bad more easily than others.
This guy is doing everything he can to cover his tuchus in front of Ningguang. Back on. Yep. Should be back Monday. I ordered the fan. And said it should be here by Sunday. I'm thinking about it. Let's see if there's any update on that. Orders still arriving Sunday. Package arrived at Amazon facility. Okay, that must be why it took a little bit more time than a screwdriver and lab coat. Those must have started from the facility. I'm planning to do private battles Saturday mornings though that's gonna have to wait until after I get the fan fixed. Other than that, I plan on playing with viewers on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday afternoons, but those will be Turf War and League. Tell Alexa. Let's see. There'll be Saturdays on at... When did I decide? Saturdays. I think it's 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Let me double check. Yes. 9:30 to 12:30 Central Standard Time. Just convert that into your whatever time zone you are. And again, not gonna happen tomorrow because I don't have the fan yet. Unless Amazon goes super fast and just gets it to me like tonight. I think the best I can hope for now is for them to get it to me tomorrow afternoon. Because if they can do that, I'll be able to get... I'll be able to do, because before my Switch overheated yesterday, I was planning to continue a co-op playthrough with a friend tomorrow evening, but unless my fan comes in a bit early, not going to be able to do that. But I'm looking forward to being able to do private battles. Though I'm probably not gonna start any PBs unless we can have at least a 3v3. Maybe 2v2. But I'm not gonna have 1v1 PBs. Actually, no. If it's 2v2, we can just do League instead. Because if it's 2v2, we have 4 people. We'll just do League. League until such a time that we have enough people.
If it sits there in the warehouse for too long, it goes without saying that it could start to affect the other goods. But that aside, even the smell is just unbearable.
So, have you cleared out any of these goods recently?
If goods go bad, can they still be called goods? Or do they become bads?
I'm afraid we just finished clearing out all the big ones. But don't worry, Lady Ningguang. If you're here for an inspection, then I'm here to make it happen. Hang tight. I'll grab some of the smaller items for you right away.
Hold on. Oh.
And off he goes.
I don't think he has quite grasped the nature of this situation.
It's like he was reporting on his work. Can't really blame him.
Lady Ningguang, I had a quick run through the list and cleared out some more items. Please, inspect them at your leisure.
Let me see here. soggy food, an odd shoe, a broken mirror, small wooden toy.
They're in terrible shape. No wonder no one wants them. Not a whole lot of
It's a
use.
shame we missed the last clearance. We're down to the slim pickings now. Some of these are true junk, but there are a few items of value here. Take this wooden toy, for example. The wood is good quality. If you took it apart, there's quite a number of useful everyday objects that you could turn it into, with a little work.
Can we have this stuff?
You want it? Well, sure. Take whatever you want. It's all getting thrown away anyway.
Great. This is going well.
I like that. Waste is definitely something I dislike, so rather than just throw something away, if it can be repurposed, all the better. Time to sift through what we've acquired.
Yes. And once we're done, we will find a merchant to give us an appraisal of their value.
I have no idea what's going on here, and I'm not about to ask either.
This is a man that knows how to keep his job.
All tasks have been handed out. How relaxing.
Oh, let me guess. Hello, Bulleye.
Lady Ningguang, welcome to my humble store. What can I get for you?
Actually, today is a little different. I'm not here to buy anything. I wanted to ask if you could take a look at some goods for me.
Just take a look? What for?
Wait a minute. Why does Ningguang need somebody else to appraise goods for her? Shouldn't she be able to do that herself? As a prominent businesswoman? Be able to sing? Give me an estimate on their value.
Oh, I see. Let me take a look then. I mean, I can take them. I have a few regular customers I can talk to. They should be able to salvage the raw materials. Shouldn't take long at all. But,
What's wrong? If it's too much trouble, please. There's no need to force it.
No, it's nothing like that. Well, anyway, let's talk prices. So all of these together,
It's gonna be a very small number.
I'll give you 150,000 mora. How does that sound?
Is this one of those it was owned by Lady Ningguang things, so it's worth a lot more? I think he added a couple of zeros by accident.
Well...
No worries. The price is negotiable, of course, so we can discuss it further. If that figure's not what you had in mind, I can, bump it up a little. It'll be fine. I'm sure we can reach an agreement here.
What are your thoughts?
Honestly, that's way too much.
Yes. At most, these items are only worth a couple of thousand mora.
Again, why do we need somebody else to appraise this if you can do that yourself?
Wait a minute. So you're really here just to sell a few things? And specifically, these things? I thought that was all code for some kind of inspection or something.
So we were misunderstood again.
It appears so. We can't go on like this.
Exactly, you need a disguise. You can't relive the days of doing odd jobs as such a prominent figure now.
Let's try something else. As long as we're in Liyue Harbor, this kind of misunderstanding is inevitable. If I wasn't Ningguang, Go Sonar probably wouldn't have handed all of these over to us. And you likely wouldn't be willing to buy them either.
To be completely honest, you're not wrong.
This goes against the rules we set for ourselves at the start.
And we'll just have to leave Liyue Harbor and live an adventurer's life.
Are there any other ways for adventurers to make Mora besides their remuneration from the guild?
We can go treasure hunting in Guiley Plains, but the work is hard and the payout is low.
Great. I don't mind. Let's give it a try.
You two have a good one.
Go treasure hunting Guiley Plains. We've already picked this place clean, though. Oh, right, that. Ah, there are the monsters.
This must be the place. Let's do this.
Okay, what's this trial Ningguang got? With Sith. Standard. This isn't such a bad set for Ningguang. Though, 2-piece, Noblesse, 2-piece. 2-piece Noblesse, 2-piece Archaic would be better.
Even if an antique is priceless, the happiness it brings lasts for only the...
Shark!
Don't waste my time. Submit! Ah, it feels like it's been a long time since I've gotten so physical. The feeling of creating your wealth with your own two hands is just as exhilarating as ever.
Even for this plot tree amount.
Yes,
poultry.
I'd say so. Everything starts out small. You focus on quantity at the outset, and gradually shift to focusing on quality as your wealth builds. And let's not forget, we started with no initial capital. It's reasonable to expect building something from nothing to be highly demanding. In any case, the sight of Mora has always had a way of improving my mood, no matter what the sum is.
Then let's keep this
I
momentum
intend
going.
to. I'm not ready to stop yet. This time, let's try something a little more challenging.
It's not. Your life is mine.
Another satisfying haul. Ah, what a feeling.
You're very good at
That's
this.
very kind of you. But I know I'm no match for a professional adventurer like yourself. For me, a battle is just a form of exercise. A way to keep fit and use up any surplus energy.
Have you scratched it
Oh
yet?
no, not yet. There's more Mora to be made. Hey, look! What's that hole in the ground?
I think it was dug by a weasel thief.
Oh, I see. So if we catch it, there's Mora for the taking?
It's almost as fond of Mora as you are. Go figure.
Oh, how quaint. That was your Beidou impression, was it? Well, I'm afraid I'm having far too much fun to stop what I'm doing and start bickering with you, Captain. Come on, let's go get this weasel thief.
Kill the weasel, kill the weasel, kill
There
the
it is!
weasel.
After it! Goodness, this reminds me of fishing. Not an easy catch. But we didn't let it slip away, and the haul is now ours. That's what counts. Let's see. A little over 1,000 Mora. We can't do any serious business with this amount of starting capital. We need to keep working hard. Actually, now that you mention it, I'm suddenly a little hungry. Huh. Amidst the thrill of the chase, I didn't even notice. Wang Shuin is right there, but...
Based on our current financial position, we can rule that out.
Same thoughts here. After how hard we worked to get our hands on this Mora, it would be a shame to eat it all in a single sitting. In which case, I think I'll take this opportunity to show you a skill that I used to be rather proud of.
Fishing.
Yes, but the rule of the game is no fishing rods allowed. We're going fishing by hand.
I have some ideas on how we might be able to do that.
Come on, let's go down to the river.
We're going down to the river. Okay, DMCA, never mind. Well, that was anticlimactic.
Pull it!
Oh, that counts.
Coming to be.
This should be enough. Let's head back to land and grill them. Here, have a taste of my cooking. A fresh catch can go straight on the grill with minimal preparation and it tastes delicious, even with no seasoning. It's a little charred, that's on purpose. I just like how it tastes. Normally, I have to make a special request to the chef if I want it to taste like this.
Thank you.
I'm okay. It was nothing. Back in the day, I had to hurry home after work to do my household chores. Then in the evening, it was out to the night market with the family to support our stall. I was always meticulous with the most menial of tasks. My mother always loved that about me. But by the same token, she didn't love the idea of me leaving home and starting my own business. She thought it was just an unnecessary risk when I could just carry on helping out at home instead.
If you'd follow her advice, people wouldn't be calling you Lady Ningguang today.
You'd be more likely to see me pulling up outside Wanmin restaurant and selling grilled tigerfish from a food cart.
That'd be kind of difficult to do because it's Wanmin.
My childhood memories run deep. I'll always have a special affection for fish. They are confined to the water, and yet they live free, swimming around wherever the mood takes them.
I like adventuring.
It is. I have greatly enjoyed experiencing the adventurer lifestyle with you. When I think back on all my hard work in the past, it motivates me to face the challenges that lie ahead in the future.
Next time, I'll grow fish for you.
That sounds great. I'm looking forward to it.
Reminds me of that.
But, a
grilled
word of
fish
warning,
event.
I am very picky about my grilled fish. I can be a tough lady to impress.
After a short rest, it's time once more to convert your previous efforts. Based off of how long that took, I might just have to shift gears and just do Beidou's quests. Because I definitely want to get to Beidou today, especially after Ningguang. So Yunjin's probably going to have to wait. Yunjin's definitely going to have to wait at this point. I don't think I have time for both. Yep. Fortunately, we can just use a wave rider now. And in that sense, waiting to do Beidou's pays off.
Well, would you look who's here? Looks like it's going to be a day to remember. Guys, look who the sea washed up!
Ahoy there, traveler! So Captain really did invite you to join the homecoming celebration.
Hey, I heard that you took care of another crisis while you were in Inazuma. Are the rumors true?
A little bit. Alright, this happens before the next Liyue Harbor crisis.
That's what I heard too. Thanks to you, Inazuma's Vision Hunt decree was finally put to an end. Well done, Traveler.
Captain's got quite the eye for people. She said she was sure that your trip to Inazuma would stir up some waves. And sure enough.
Wait a minute. Okay, there are now 6 hearts total, and I'm starting at 4. Which is something that was not a thing with Beidou's, I mean, Ningguang's, which is an event that came after this one. What I wanted was to have a chat with the Electro Archon. Joint effort. Can't take all the credit.
Look at you, being so modest. We all know what you did to protect Liyue Harbor.
I've heard that they tell stories about you in Mondstadt, too. The honorary knight. Pretty impressive.
I'd say someone of your caliber would be right at home in the cracks. Right, sailors? That's right. Wow, I'm getting excited just thinking of being the Traveler's crewmate. Hey, what do you say we arm wrestle?
I was worried you'd be too busy to show up.
Oh, Captain on deck!
Captain, we were just trying to talk the Traveler into joining the crew. Yeah, come on, Captain Beidou. Surely you've got a way to get the Traveler on board.
Oh, he's on board right now for the celebration, isn't he?
Yeah, but just one celebration together is not enough. You know what we mean, Captain.
Yep. Honorary Knight, Captain of Swordfish 2. I'm not quite sure what his special title for Liyue would be. I think Captain of Swordfish 2 is more of a Watatsumi thing.
All right, I get it now. There is something special about you, Traveler. You earned everyone's respect, myself included. So it goes without saying that the Crux would be honored to have a crew member such as yourself.
No doubt about that.
But then again, a hero like yourself doesn't just set off on a journey without some bigger purpose in mind. So should a hero really drop what they're doing just to spend day after day drifting at sea with us? Well, if that were the case, then the Crux, known for always moving forward to the next horizon, would instead be holding someone back.
Right. I guess we didn't think that part through.
Remember, rather than seeking out strong members to join us, you should be focusing on making yourselves the strongest that you can be. If we are powerful, they will come to us. Isn't that why everyone here chose to come aboard in the first place?
Yes, a strong sailor is always looking for a sturdy ship.
I guess I almost forgot the first lesson you ever taught me. Thanks for the reminder, Captain.
Just be sure you all keep that in mind. Now, there's no more need to hound the Traveler, as you were. The Traveler and I have something to discuss. I'm glad you came. Welcome back aboard.
You're a wise leader. The crew seemed excited to see me. Thanks for helping me out back there. You're a tight ship.
Thanks. I'll take that. Some rumors have it that the leader of the Crux is so powerful that she could slay the mighty Leviathan Haishan without breaking a sweat. I can't go getting too caught up in my own reputation, though. That's certainly not how the Crux made it to where we are today. As the head of the fleet, my task is to keep us on the right course, no matter how turbulent the seas may become. But then again, the crew isn't usually this riled up. It's not that they're arrogant, they're just bubbling with ambition, that's all. Their excitement today comes from their great respect for you, both your strength and your character. So please, don't take it the wrong way.
Why would I? I'm actually quite interested in the life of a sailor. I'm starting with this one.
All good then. Great. Actually, speaking of Inazuma, I think your good luck must have rubbed off on me on the way over. I made an interesting find on the beach shortly after we parted ways. Let's talk about it over there, where it's a little quieter.
Stock of herbs is running a bit low.
So after we dropped you off in Rito, we found a shipwreck nearby. Probably belonged to Inazuman pirates. We searched the wreckage and found a map. At first, I thought it was a nautical chart. I was thinking we might discover a new sailing route if we were lucky. But after a closer look, I realized it wasn't a map of the sea at all. It was a Liyue treasure map, and no ordinary one at that.
Is an evil chi active in the area? Great demonic presence.
Nothing like that. I just mean that the map was a mess. So it was the most I could do to figure out that the treasure was probably in Liyue. As for its exact location, I have no idea. I'd say I've explored Liyue pretty extensively, but still, this one managed to beat me. So, I thought of you. Nobody can beat you when it comes to treasure hunting on land, right?
You know me too well. I won't say that. Wow. Okay.
Is that right? Well then, it looks like I'm in good hands. Here's the map. See what you can make of it.
Guava.
So, where do you think it is?
I'd need to look at this next to a map of Liyue to try and see what's what, because I'm not familiar enough with Liyue's geography. But it's like you know, I nose and mouth is Guava. Probably branching path.
Guili Plains. Huh, I never would have gotten that. How can you tell?
Call it treasure hunter's intuition.
Oh. Okay then. So you do live up to the hype. I can't believe you noticed that. You sure have an eye for detail. Let's head over there and take a look. I'll need you to help me zero in on the specific location once we're there.
I guess it is Guili. I like to see it again. Like, I'd like to have it while, like, be able to look at it and the map of Inazuma at the same time.
More speed.
Treasure hoarders. Surprise, surprise.
It should be around here, right? Who are they? Oh, it's a bunch of treasure hoarders. I guess the treasure's for real then. There are quite a few of them. If things go south and fists start flying, stay behind me. I'm more than a match for these amateurs.
Keep digging, boys! Once we have our hands on the treasure, everyone gets a share!
You can all hold it right there!
Huh? Who's that barking orders? Do you know who you're up against here? Keep going if you got a death wish! What the? It's Captain Beidou! Run, boys, run!
Nobody move!
Captain Beidou, Lord of the Ocean, this is all my fault. I didn't know who I was up against. I don't have a death wish, I swear.
She certainly has a way with treasure hoarders.
I got a big mouth is all. It's always saying things it shouldn't. I swear I'll wash it out with soap the moment I get back. Please, have mercy. Will you spare us?
Small time treasure hoarder leader. Wow. Wow. Rip this guy.
Well, spare them, at least. These guys are just trying to put food in their mouths. They'd never hurt a soul. If you need to take anyone, take me. Please, let them go. It was me that disrespected you. They never did and never would.
Is that right? Fine. Seems like you've got a heart in there somewhere, seeing how you treat your crew. I'll let you off the hook this time. Get out of here!
Thank you, Captain Beidou. Thank you.
Wait.
Yes? What else might the merciful and mighty Beidou require?
This treasure's still up for grabs. The Crux fleet honors the rule of first come, first served. You found it first, so name your price. I can't have any rumors going around about Captain Beidou stealing other people's treasure, can I?
Captain Beidou, we wouldn't dare take more from you. Take the treasure as an apology for my foolish words. Please, take it. Please.
Oh? Well, if you insist. I accept your kind offer, and I'll make you one in return. You don't seem like terrible folks, so let me help you get onto the right track. If you want to mend your ways and put all this behind you, the Crux can probably arrange some odd jobs in the port for you. It'd be humble work, but at least it'd get you on your feet and making an honest living. A much better deal than what you've got going now, if you ask me.
Wow, thank you, Captain Beidou. On behalf of me and all my boys.
Right. Let's see what we've got in here. This isn't what we're looking for. Let's look around. Maybe we'll find it. Those rocks look kind of weird. Let's see if there's anything there. Nothing. Let's keep looking.
Well, that looks troublesome. We're gonna have to fight them, aren't we? Because they're in the middle of the quest area.
What are those hilly trolls digging for? Wait, actually, I've heard they sometimes dig for buried treasure. Let's go take a closer look.
More speed.
Think you can bully me? think you can bully me?
Ah, I didn't finish healing her.
Nope, not
Hey,
here
Carrie.
either.
Not much, just playing a bit of Genshin while I'm waiting on the replacement fan for my Switch. What's good with you today?
Now that we've searched all the places of interest in this area and come up with nothing, you got any ideas?
Treasure you're looking for.
Captain Beidou! Captain Beidou!
These guys again.
Hey, what brings you back here?
Captain Beidou! Actually, we've just been wandering around nearby. We didn't go far. Because we were thinking about what you said and... Well, me and the boys decided we're ready to move away from all of this and get on the straight and narrow.
Let's go.
Oh? Are you sure?
Yes, absolutely sure.
Okay then. But I'll warn you right now, you won't have it easy. It might just be menial work in the port, but in the eyes of the general public, you'll be associates of the Crux. So there'll be a grueling test you have to go through before you can start.
I understand. Truth be told, Captain, it's only because it's you, the mighty and honorable Captain Beidou. If it had been anyone else, I don't think I'd have listened. And since you made us this kind offer, I'd like to ask, if I might be so bold, is there any hope at all for us to become full members of the Crux in the future? Even the tiniest shred of hope?
Well, there's no place in the Crux for delusions of grandeur, that's for sure. But then again, everybody has to start somewhere. So, it comes down to you. If you manage to impress me and earn the respect of my crew, then yeah, nothing's impossible.
Thank you, Captain Beidou. Thank you 1,000 times over. I couldn't help but notice you were searching for something else. It still hasn't turned up?
Why? Do you have any clues?
We heard about 2 treasures, both in Guili Plains. We were still looking for the first one when you found us. So maybe the other one might be what you're looking for. Not too far from here, but I'm just not sure of the exact location. All the info we got about this treasure came from the black market. The answer's hidden inside a poem which goes like this.
Poem riddles.
Drunkenly I gazed at the ruins long forsaken, and lay beneath red leaves whose branches cast a crooked shade. The dusk sun shone upon the sea as I awakened, but Guyon stood twixt weary eyes and the sight of home they crave.
Okay, first of all, drunkenly would explain the quality of the drawing. Runes long forsaken. Red leaves. And you can see Guyon Stone Forest.
As for the ruins long forsaken part, I do know of some ruins near here. But beyond that line, I don't... I'm just not smart enough.
So a treasure clue hidden in a poem, huh? Don't worry, we got this. See my friend here? If they taught treasure hunting as an art form, you'd probably be calling him Grandmaster. This kind of thing's a piece of cake for him. Am I right?
The side first.
Okay then. Let's start by heading to the site and surveying the scene. Maybe we'll find some other clues over there.
Okay, come on boys, you heard the captain. Lead the way.
And now we're treasure hunting with treasure hoarders. Oh hey, this is where we teleported
More
from
speed.
in the first place. Okay, red leaves. There's Guyon.
These are the long forsaken ruins from the poem. Apparently they were once full of treasure. But judging by the state of them now, it's probably long gone.
It seems that we need to dig deeper into this poem. Drunkenly, I gazed at the ruins long forsaken, and lay beneath red leaves whose branches cast a crooked shade. The dusk sun shone upon the sea as I awakened, but Guyan stood twixt weary eyes and the sight of home they crave.
Sight of home, maybe leave a harbor.
Do you have any ideas?
We gaze at the ruins means the writer wasn't right here, but...
Ah, somewhere you can see the ruins from. So somewhere not too far from here?
Second line means there's probably a red-leaved tree around.
Yeah, and maybe the shadow cast by the tree is supposed to hint at something.
Third line, perhaps the dusk sun has something to do with the timing.
Oh, I got it! This guy fell asleep and woke up just before sunset.
Dusk and the shadow of a red-leaved tree. I think we can work with that. Let's take a look around. I think we're getting close.
Oh, hey.
Found it! At long last, the treasure is finally in our hands. A check from the Northland Bank. You really came through. We found the spot in no time. Without your help, I don't think I ever would have gotten my hands on it.
I was expecting it to be something a little more unique. Worth a lot of more.
Not much, but enough for an average person to survive on for a while. But there's more to this particular check than that. When I found the treasure map, it was tightly sealed inside a small bottle along with a letter. I'll let you read it for yourself.
If you find this bottle, I may no longer
Finished?
be in this world. No. No, Beidou, I am not finished. I do not read that quickly. I just got past the, oh, dang, well then. This is this sort of letter part. I.e. the first line. I originally thought that these pirates having their ways and means might be able to send me back to Liyue, which was why I got on board their ship. I never expected that. Forget it. I suppose this is what they call destiny. Before I came to Inazuma, I worried that my old mother's place would be burglared, as she lives all alone. So I left a check for all the Mora I've saved over the past few years, buried in the location marked out on this map. Please help me retrieve that check and exchange it at the Northland Bank. The Mora will then be yours to do with as you please, save for a small portion that I would like to use to pay my mother's living expenses. Her name is Minamoto Kotomi, and she lives in Guiley Plains. Oh, it all comes together. Please do this for me, and thank you. Sorry, Mother. I found loads of those sakura blooms that could be found all over your homeland. It's a shame that I can't send them to your side. So it's the dying wish of a man who met a tragic fate. The last will of a faithful son.
I can't fault him for what he did, but the way things turned out, all I can say is life is unpredictable. Well, let's fulfill his final wish by taking this check to where it belongs.
Ah. Not the Northland Bank, but the mother. Interesting. I see.
Well, this is it. Oh boys, it's time for your first job. Give this check to the old lady who lives in that wooden hut. Tell her it's a welfare payment from the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Yes, boss.
What's up?
I have some sakura blooms that I picked up in Inazuma. I want to have them too.
I see. But you only find sakura blooms in certain places, right? It must have been quite a bit of work collecting all these, surely.
Yeah, I've got plenty. That, and I already have Ayaka fully ascended to phase 6. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Yaimiko used them, but I don't plan on getting Yaimiko, so...
Let's just pick one, huh? One's enough to show that you care. You've already helped me out so much today. Okay, off you go then. Take her the sakura bloom along with the check. And if she asks, tell her, your child in a faraway land sends his best wishes.
As the sakura from one's homeland sink into the sea, so too the wandering son's thoughts are delivered to his mother. I wonder why Beidou's is different with the whole 6 hearts and you only start with 4. Goro, was released at the same time. And they might be trying something slightly different. Okay. Choose the village. Oh wait, no, private chat. Right, okay, so private chat. There's the Chingsa village route. So, back to the Alcor.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you alright. Mark my word.
Well, would you look who's here? Looks like it's going to be a day to remember. Guys!
Ahoy there, traveler.
Hey!
That's what I heard.
Captain's got quite the eye for people. She said she was
Look at you being so...
I've heard that they tell...
Hey, what?
I was worried you'd be too busy to show up.
Oh.
Captain! Yeah, come on, Captain.
Oh, he's on board.
Yeah, but just...
All right, I get it. So it goes without saying that the Crux would be honored to have a crew member.
No doubt about that.
But then again, so should a hero really... Well, if that were the case...
Right.
Remember, isn't that why everyone...
Yes?
I guess I almost forgot.
Just be... I'm glad you came. Welcome back aboard.
Crew seemed excited to see me.
Hey, don't mention it. As a host, it would be pretty embarrassing to continue letting my guests be put on the spot like that. I can't go getting too caught up in my own reputation, though. That's certainly not how the Crux made it to where we are today. As the head of the fleet, my task is to keep us on the right course, no matter how turbulent the seas may become. But then again, the crew isn't usually this riled up. Their excitement today...
Okay, this is probably...
Oh, is that so? Well, doing some recruitment and training for new crew members while we're back. It'll be a first-rate chance to learn the life of a sailor.
Thank you for the follow. Let's go with you today. Welcome to Pallet Town. I would usually be playing Splatoon right now, but I need to replace my Switch's fan. So until that comes in, I'll be playing some Genshin, which I normally play every Wednesday. And I should be back to Splatoon on Monday. Let's go with you today.
Since you're interested, why don't you come along and experience a sailor's life firsthand? I'm curious to see if you'll take the sea by storm in the same way you have on land.
Alright, Captain, show me the ropes. Maybe not. I like this line.
Nice. Come with me. Let's see how big of a splash you can manage.
This is not where I was trying to end up.
Chief Mate Juza's breaking in the newcomers, but I think we can spare you the tedium of that. After this, the new crew members will be arranged into 2 teams for more specialized training, according to their own aptitudes and the needs of the fleet. One team will learn comprehensive survival skills, including maritime emergency rescue, marine meteorology, psychological counseling, and so on.
Psychological counseling?
They will serve as the support team for the fleet, ensuring safe navigation. That's why we call them the Shield of the Crux.
What's the other team? The Vision of the Crux? The Pen of the Crux.
That's right. You catch on quick. As one might expect, we call the other team the Spear of the Crux, because they'll be learning about naval warfare. They'll make up the armed portion of our crew.
But why would belly buttons go to war?
Also, they're responsible for handling the fleet's cargo deals. So, what do you think? Which team is for you?
Ooh, branch. I'm starting with shield.
As I expected. You have a will to protect others. There are two main subjects that the Shield of the Crux focuses on: survival knowledge and entertainment.
Very broad range.
As I was saying earlier, survival knowledge includes prevention of injuries and diseases at sea, navigation and cartography, basic meteorology, etc. You can go learn about these skills from Yinxing, Huixing, and Liushi. They're all seasoned hands in their respective fields.
Well, every person has their own areas of expertise.
Each sailor has their own strengths and weaknesses. I'm no rookie, of course, but you shouldn't underestimate the knowledge of the crew. If there's anything I'm most proud of in the fleet, it's my people. Go and get to work. I'll have some questions to test you later. I look forward to seeing how you do.
More speed. Hello, traveler. I'm Yinxing, the Crux's surgeon at sea.
The ship's doctor.
Whenever a sailor has a health problem, they come to me. I deal with it all, from seasickness and common colds to amputations and everything in between.
Wow, I thought she had a very disarming personality. I'd like to learn about treating injuries and illnesses at sea.
Oh, I presume the captain arranged this, correct? All right then, let's begin. First of all, let me ask you this. What do you think is the biggest danger that all new crew members face?
Seasick, catching cold, losing a limb, scurvy.
That can certainly be a problem at sea, but it's not the biggest danger. The most dangerous thing for a newcomer is to underestimate the dangers of life at sea. Oh, I have seen many new crew members who see themselves as young and fighting fit and have no regard for safety. They think that since they are tough enough to look after themselves on land, they'll be fine at sea as well. Those are the ones that always end up in the sick bay. Everyone should know that being a sailor, especially on a long voyage, is a brutal job in an unforgiving environment. We have to face malnutrition when we're short on supplies, all kinds of injuries and diseases that the harsh ocean weather can bring, and even the psychological problems that can arise due to isolation and the lack of entertainment. To make things worse, the lack of medication and treatment options at sea can result in even minor health problems becoming serious, or even fatal.
Hence the need for amputations.
Oh, you probably thought I was joking, right? Well, that's not surprising. Most newcomers think the same way. But hopefully you now realize that with a little extra precaution, a lot of these things can be avoided. Well, I think that's enough for you to think over for now. Is there anything else you would like to know?
Beidou's views. What happens to crew members who have their limbs amputated?
Captain Beidou? Well, out of everyone I've met, she probably values people's lives and safety the most. Although I'm just a doctor, Beidou has given me the full authority to send any newcomers who I don't see as fit for service off the ship until they are ready to come back with the right attitude. Every time we're stocking up before a voyage, medicine takes top priority. I'm even allowed to choose the suppliers, regardless of the price. We have adequate budget for medical expenses. Do you know what Morgrubber, our bookkeeper, calls this? A significant financial risk. But
Beidou knows the importance of having a healthy crew. That's why she has authorized me regardless. She places her full trust in me and believes that I can solve these problems. Of course, I have proven her right. So, to answer your question, that's how she thinks. Is there anything else you would like to know? Are you concerned about them? No wonder Captain Beidou thinks you're different. There must be more to you than just your strength. If you can convince Mora Grubber to show you the books, you'll see there is a regular fixed cost, titled Convalescence Payments and Incapacity Support for Injured Crew Members. Regardless of the fleet's income, those who have fought alongside us will certainly receive their compensation every year. Some of those that have returned to land have started small businesses, while others have chosen to go out traveling the world. The money is intended to allow them to live their lives as freely as possible. I'm sure being based on land helps a lot with that too. Still, we can't pretend like it solves everything. They call them life-changing injuries for a reason, you know. But if nothing else, it's good to know that while Captain Beidou is in charge of the Crux, no one will get forgotten.
Oh, Hana.
Is there anything else you would like to know? Well, my pleasure. Okay, let's leave it there then. Be sure to take good care of your health.
Sorry about earlier, Traveler. We were so caught up on getting you to join the fleet that we didn't notice we were going a little overboard. Good thing the captain stepped in.
It's okay. I've learned a little more about cartography.
Oh, well in that case, you have come to the right person. I'm not just blowing smoke. You're looking at the most talented navigator in Liyue Harbor. I'll start by introducing some chart reading essentials for new sailors. Feel free to interrupt if you have any questions. Let's start with what to look for when you get a set of complicated charts. First, you should always look at any indicated shorelines, islands or reefs, water depths, hydrological conditions, and other hazards. With these features in mind, you can answer the basic question of, can I chart a safe course through this area? Visually, nautical charts are a little unique. Unlike land maps, most charts do not have a fixed scale, which means that it can be hard to precisely determine the exact distance between 2 points. The most advanced nautical charts come with a supplementary chart, which has different colored lines marked on it to indicate distances. It's worth mentioning that under my direction, the Crux is using these advanced kinds of charts. Some cartographers mark out other points of interest on their charts, usually with their own special symbols. If they don't leave any accompanying notes, they can be very difficult to interpret.
For example, charts inherited from the previous navigator.
Not only those, we have tattered and torn charts that we've picked up from all over the place. To be honest, it can be quite a challenge, even for me. Some of these charts are really old and have symbols that I've never seen before. But if we don't decipher them, we will certainly miss many secrets of the sea. Fortunately, we have the captain with us. She managed to find some ancient books on semiotics that I can use to study the charts further. I don't think anyone other than our captain could manage to get these kinds of resources. Old charts and ancient books on semiotics are not the kinds of things that are sold in your average marketplace. Oops, I've gotten off topic. Well, that just about covers the basics of chart reading. Is there anything else you would like to know, Traveler?
I haven't experienced drafting.
Drafting charts? That's certainly a more advanced topic. To be honest, I've only attained a smattering of knowledge in that area. The charts we are using now are just revised versions of the ones left by the previous navigator. So my mapping experiences have been primarily limited to updating our charts to reflect changes in the sea. I think you can ask Captain Beidou more about cartography. One time, the fleet sailed into an uncharted area by mistake. It wasn't long before we turned the fleet around and returned the way we came out for fear of potential hazards. but Captain Beidou still managed to draft a simple chart of the area we sailed through for if and when we explore the area again. Incredible, isn't it? I was amazed to see that the captain could even do cartography. Because I have the talent, and she doesn't want to let it go to waste. She treats the whole crew that way. I initially had the same question myself. After all, in many fleets, the captain also works as a navigator. I couldn't understand her reasoning at the time, so I asked her. She just laughed and told me to wise up, saying that even Rex Lapis never fights alone. She wants everyone on board to master their role, so that the crux is not floating on her alone. That way, if the day ever comes when she's no longer with the fleet, we will still be able to sail onward without her.
So she doesn't want to be the crux of the crux.
Captain Beidou may seem aloof and even act careless sometimes, but the truth is that she's very considerate of everyone on board. Is there anything else you would like to know, Traveler? My pleasure. A friend of Captain Beidou is a friend of mine.
Ah, go rabbit. Climbing.
Time to scout.
Okay, here's the plan.
Didn't keep you waiting, did I?
As calm as always.
This! Brace yourselves.
I probably should have seen this coming.
Stay close and you will live.
Hello, Traveler. Are you here to learn about marine meteorology? In my line of work, I've got to have a pair of sharp eyes. I saw the captain showing you around the training grounds, and then you went to see Yingxing and Huixing. So I figured that she probably wants you to get to know the life of a crew member.
Got a real knack for your work? Looks like Beidou's got the right man for the job.
Okay, let's get started. First, I'll introduce you to the basics of meteorology. Marine meteorology basically means keeping tabs on the weather as well as other ocean phenomena, so things like sea fog, storm surges, water spouts, and so on.
Okay, it's just sinking in that Nami is both the navigator and the meteorologist.
These are all potential threats to safe navigation. Luckily, whatever weather might be coming up, there's always some kind of sign that gives it away in advance. Take water spouts, for example. They're caused by high-speed rotating winds on the surface of the ocean. They can engulf large ships and do immense damage. But if you know that water spouts can only form in an environment with high temperature, high humidity, and large clouds, then you can be well prepared. You will be even more alert if you also know that the presence of winds blowing in opposite directions, with a significant difference in speed, is a direct precursor to the formation of waterspouts. And most importantly, if you spot a small white vortex emerging from the clouds, you should immediately notify the crew to steer clear of what's ahead. So there you go. Those are the warning signs of waterspouts. I am proud to say that over the years, I haven't let a single one sneak up on my watch.
Must have sharp eyesight.
I've got to confess, I learned almost everything I know from the captain. All the stuff about meteorology that I just told you about, she's the real expert. Do you know the small fishing village next to Wangshu Inn? I heard that when Captain Beidou was a kid, she worked there fishing.
Well, so much for my theory about Beidou being from Inazuma.
Later, she made her way to the harbor where she struggled to make a living. Growing up in an environment like that, it's no wonder she knows everything about the sea. When I first came on board, I lived every day wallowing in doubt, wondering if my former career as a sailor was all just a waste. But as I gradually learned some new things and became more experienced, I finally realized what makes the Crux so great. After all, not every fleet has the uncrowned Lord of the Ocean as their leader. I feel lucky just to have joined.
That's some less extra questions to ask.
Find me anytime if you want to know more.
So you've already finished talking to the crew, huh? I thought it would take you a while longer. So, what did you think?
Very difficult, need time to review. A little hard, but I can handle it.
Now you know that the Shield of the Crux is not such an easy job. Let's get started. First of all, life on the sea isn't always plain sailing. Injuries and illnesses happen all the time. But what is the single biggest danger facing crew members?
Underestimating danger.
Is that your final answer? All right, on to the second question. As you've just learned, the fleet plots its route using nautical charts. The charts used by the Crux have additional charts attached. The supplementary chart has lots of lines in various colors for added reference. What is the purpose of these lines?
To mark distance, different types of currents, special locations. To add color and depth to the chart in a way that expresses the Droughtman's aesthetic.
Okay, interesting. Now, last question. On longer voyages, we have to be especially careful to avoid certain weather hazards that pose a threat to the integrity of the ship and the lives of the crew. For example, waterspouts. So my question is, how can we reliably predict waterspouts so we can avoid them?
Dark clouds, strong winds in opposite directions, plus light vortices in the clouds. When Lisha says a waterspout is coming, it's coming. I like this answer. It's not wrong. And so dark clouds, strong winds in opposite directions.
Okay, those are all my questions. Do you want to know how you did?
Yes.
I gotta say, each time I think I've wrapped my head around how great you are, you surprise me with something new. You got them all correct. They weren't the most difficult questions, but they weren't ones you could bluff your way through either. You've clearly been paying attention to my crew. Okay then, now it's time to apply that endless talent of yours to learning some new recreational activities.
To be clear, our wrestling sea monsters barehanded is not my idea of recreation.
Don't worry, all our recreational activities are respectable and, above board. You need to realize that being out at sea might be fun for the first few days while everything's new, but before too long...
That goes with just about everything.
Looking at the same old sea every day and being so isolated from everything can really cause people to struggle mentally. That is why regular recreational activities are an absolute necessity. We offer a lot of fun courses for our newcomer training, including fishing, photography, chess. Oh, and thanks to Kazuha, these days we also offer poetry and music appreciation, as well as communal wind listening.
Communal wind listening?
Each newcomer has to participate in at least one, so that they've got some way of keeping themselves occupied at sea further down the line. Of course, if you'd prefer wrestling sea monsters with your bare hands, that can be arranged.
Now you're talking my leg.
Well, for today, at least, let's stick to the training schedule drawn up by Juza. If I remember correctly, it should be photography today. Come on, I'll show you.
Listen up, everyone can go back and call it a day. The photography session has been postponed.
Aww.
What's going on here, Juza?
Oh, Captain, there you are. Well, Captain, the photography teacher just sent word saying that she's fallen ill and doesn't want to risk coming in case she keels over in class.
I see. That's quite unfortunate.
I know a little bit about photography.
Quite the multi-talented one, aren't you? In that case, why don't you help us out and lead the class today?
Yeah, unfortunately, the original teacher canceled at short notice, so there's no time to schedule anything else instead. It would be great if the Traveler could step in as the teacher for the day.
It's up to you, Traveler.
It's up to you. You get no choice. You get one option, and it would be my pleasure. You don't even get the pseudo two options that are the same thing.
Great, it's settled then. Juza, let's muster everyone over here to meet the new teacher.
Yes, Captain.
Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. That should be everyone. Take it away, Traveler.
Before I begin, I do have one
Oh yeah? What's that?
Since this is a photography course, there has to be a subject. We will need a model. Okay.
Fair enough. It seems like you already have someone in mind. So, who will it be?
Paimon.
Huh? Me? Oh, actually, I just remembered that the legs of these new chairs I purchased are a bit too long, so I should go take care of that immediately.
Is it the doctor's job to amputate chairs too?
Anyway, I can't do it. I have things to do. I really should get going.
So, who will it be?
Wow. Wow.
Look at the horizon. There's a storm brewing in the distance. But on a day like this, how is it possible? I guess I need to keep a good lookout today.
Can't you keep lookout and attend class at the same time?
Of course I can. But I think that's enough multitasking without adding modeling to the list too.
So, who will it be?
Whoa, me? You can't be serious. If a bad picture of a guy like me gets to the crew, I'm sure everyone will blame the photographer for doing a bad job. I'm just thinking about your reputation here, Traveler. You'd better find someone else.
Wow, that was smooth.
Ah, how about Captain Beidou? I think she would be great.
So, who will it be?
Okay, fine.
Me?
Fine.
Well, we could do that, or... Guyunstone Forest looks extraordinary today. It'd be a pity to not capture the scenery for posterity. So how about we snap Guyunstone Forest for today's class? Then there'd be no need for a model.
Come on, Captain. We talked about this. The photography class is supposed to be portrait photography. Have you forgotten? Scenery looks nice at first, but it gets boring after a while. I bet it'd keep the crew more entertained if we got them learning portrait photography so they could record moments in each other's daily lives. Those were your exact words, Captain.
Were they now? Strange. I don't seem to remember anything about that. Well, then in that case, how about Huixing? I bet she's perfect for the camera. Or Fuzhong. Or Mora Grubber. Even little Yue.
Seriously, Captain? Little Yue? You're just trying to wriggle your way out of this. This isn't like you. You are the captain after all. Of all of us, you're the best suited to being a model.
I agree. You were the one who invited the traveler to be the teacher, so you should cooperate, Captain. Besides, Captain, you've never had your photo taken. It's high time you got one. You know, a heroic and striking kind of picture. We can even use it to promote the fleet during recruitment.
Real funny, guys.
Trust your crew, Captain. You are the best candidate.
Well, if you say so. I'm not one to spoil the fun. So, what do I do now, Traveler?
Just strike an epic pose.
Like this? You're kidding, right? I've never had my photo taken before, but something this simple shouldn't be a challenge for me. It must be the lighting or something. You've got it wrong. I never said that.
Could go somewhere quieter.
You mean go somewhere else, then bring the final photo back as teaching material?
Sounds good to me. That's a good idea, isn't it, guys?
The lighting may still be a problem. But I'm open to persuasion. If you have a suitable place in mind, I can consider it. Just to be clear, I won't necessarily agree. It depends on the place you have in mind.
Yangsho. And there's a fishing village near Hongshu Inn.
The fishing village near Wangshu Inn? That place is deserted now, isn't it? How do you even know that place anyway? It's tiny. I don't think I've ever seen it on a single map.
I don't know, treasure map?
I'm surprised that you'd remember such a trivial detail. He's right, though. I did live there for a while. And now that you've mentioned it, it's given me the urge to go back and take a look around. Well then, let's go. We can take this opportunity to pay my old home a visit.
Ah, there you are. There we go.
It's certainly seen better days. It was never that impressive, but at least back in the day, it was a lively village and home to several families. I wonder how long these last few old houses will remain standing.
What exactly
Nothing
happened
as
here?
dramatic as you might think. A few small incidents occurred, and then people began to leave. Come on, let's take a walk around. People used to call this place Downriver because the villagers apparently moved here from a place called Upriver. With them, they brought their knowledge of fishing, which had been passed down from generation to generation. I learned a lot from them when I was here. Now Upriver is long gone, and Downriver is all but deserted. It won't be long before no one even remembers what these places are called. Tues League.
See?
Zhong. I barely remember this name.
Maybe you've been gone too long.
You're right. I was only about 5 or 6 years old when I first arrived here. I was homeless and had to wander around the streets. I remember finally managing to find half a rice bun, but then a stray dog jumped out and snatched it away from me. Half a rice bun was not something I was willing to give up so easily at the time, so I chased it all the way to this neighborhood. Then a few fishermen saw us running and stopped me. They were kind enough to give me some food. Seeing me stop, the dog also stopped running. But straight away it keeled over and never got up again. Maybe it was too tired, or maybe it had starved to death. I went over and saw that the dog still had the half rice bun in its mouth. It didn't let go even at the very end. Poor thing. Had I known the dog was so weak, I would have let it take that half rice bun. I could tell they were wary of me at first. I was the dirty little kid who had just chased a dog to death over some scraps of food. But I got lucky. The village chief took pity on me and brought me to their home. That's how I ended up staying here.
What made you leave later?
Do you know what the name Beidou means? Come on, I'll explain along the way. About a year or two after I arrived, the village chief fell ill during the winter and passed away. During that same period, the harvest was getting worse, and the fishermen's catch was getting smaller day by day. Without the village chief to handle the situation, people began blaming each other. There were even rumors that some families had been overfishing and leaving nothing for the rest of the village to catch. But in the end, they all turned on me, saying that they shouldn't have ever taken me in. They said I was bad luck. They pointed to how that dog died on the first day I arrived. Next thing you know, the village chief dies, and then all the fish die out. They said I was a living curse, and the downfall of the village was all my fault. I told them that I didn't understand. I'm not a curse, I'm just Beidou. Then some of the villagers started shouting, and drove me out of the village. They shouted, "Nando controls life. Beidou controls death. Beidou controls death." Before then, all I knew about my name was that it had something to do with the stars. It wasn't until then that I realized that Beidou was a constellation. And the Alcor, one of its stars, was an omen of death. Here we are. This is the old house of the village chief. I bet he never expected that the little girl he took in would grow up to be seen as a curse that brought about the village's total destruction.
Huh?
What do you mean?
The animal archon's Gnosis was taken after I arrived in Mondstadt.
Is that all?
The Geo Archon's Gnosis is taken after I arrived in Liyue.
And let me guess, you got to Inazuma and the Electro Archon's Gnosis was taken as well? Well, you seem to wreak havoc on a grander scale than I ever could. Oh, I get it. You're trying to convince me that I'm not cursed. I appreciate it, and I'll take it. Let's not forget that the people whose names stick around are the ones who emerge from the stormy seas unscathed, and the ones who get swept away in the wind are the fledgling birds who couldn't hack it. I, for one, have never encountered a storm I couldn't weather. But your journey's far from over, isn't it? Just remember, there's no telling what else you might encounter in this vast world. So if you ever find some idiot trying to brand you as a scapegoat just because you're the one who lived to tell the tale, tell them Captain Beidou demands to have the honor along with you. Remember, you'll always have the captain of the Crux to back you up wherever you go.
I suppose we're just two scapegoats looking out for each other.
Two cursed scapegoats banding together for survival. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, but at the same time, I kinda dig it. I'm lucky to have a friend like you. Okay, it's time to get back to our photography. Right, teacher?
Finally, you remembered what you're here for.
Come on, let's not waste any time. Get it done while you can before I change my mind. So, do I need to strike a pose? All right. How about this?
Because I remember the last time we were doing something like this.
So, is it done yet? Please don't tell me that it looks weird. Show me.
Well, if you promise to give it back.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Now give it here. Yes. I see. All right. On behalf of the Crux, thank you very much for your photography class today. You've been an excellent teacher, and I couldn't be more satisfied. Now, as captain of the Crux, I am exercising my official right to requisition this photograph for future promotion and recruitment purposes.
Nice.
So, I'm afraid I'll be holding on to this. That's fine with you, though, right?
Well played. After breaks the solitude of the long, silent village.
More speed.
Okay, if it's abandoned, who keeps planting these carrots? And the radish. Oh. I suppose the Dendro slimes were also despawned. Excellent. While I'm here, I might as well just grab all this. Okay, so when was the little torch puzzle added? thought there was more. Okay. Let's see, only 15 minutes left. Okay, there are multiple endings there. Potentially. Okay, we don't have long left in stream, so
more speed.
Here we are. This is the old house of the village chief. I bet he never expected that the little girl he took in would grow up to be seen as a curse that brought about the village's total destruction. What do you mean? Is that all? And let me guess. You got to Inazuma and the Electro Archon's Gnosis was taken as well? Well, you seem to wreak havoc on a grander scale than I ever could. Oh, I get it. You're trying to convince me that I'm not cursed. I appreciate it, and I'll take it. Let's not forget that the people whose names stick around are the ones who emerge from the stormy seas unscathed. And the ones who get swept away in the wind are the fledgling birds who couldn't hack it. I, for one, have never encountered a storm I couldn't weather. But your journey's far from over, isn't it? Just remember, there's no telling what else you might encounter in this vast world. So if you ever find some idiot trying to brand you as a scapegoat just because you're the one who lived to tell the tale, tell them Captain Beidou demands to have the honor along with you. Remember, you'll always have the captain of the Crux to back you up wherever you go. Two cursed scapegoats banding together for survival. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, but at the same time, I kinda dig it. I'm lucky to have a friend like you. Okay, it's time to get back to our photography. Right, teacher? Come on, let's not waste any time. Get it done while you can before I change my mind. So, do I need to strike a pose? What? The nerve! What do you think this is? I don't want to do this whole modeling thing. Hey, cut it out. No more pictures.
Yeah, ha ha ha.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just
Okay.
for show. Just
That was a nice little
smile and nod
quick
along.
one.
I was forced to learn all of the rules.
That's not very fun. Well. That didn't quite go to plan. I think this one is just gonna loop back in. Although this could also just be Spear of the Crux and then it loops back. I could see that being a thing as well. This is definitely a separate route for Chingsa Village. But at this point, I think I'm gonna leave it for the next time I get back to hangout quests. Because I didn't have quite enough time to get to everything, so maybe next time if I have a full stream dedicated to hangout stuff like this, I can get both, like, finish up Beidou and get all of Yunjin to get all caught up. But for now, it's about dinner time, so I'll be heading off for the evening. Let's see, for those who don't know, I stream on both YouTube and Twitch, so... And on YouTube side, I'm trying to work towards monetization over there, so... All subs on YouTube are greatly appreciated, as well as watch time. Normally... I guess it's not normally yet, but the plan is to try and do private battles on Saturday mornings. But with my Switch presently, I wouldn't say completely out of commission, but I don't want to be pushing it while I'm waiting on this replacement fan, so... I mean, I could try and finish these hangouts tomorrow morning. Just to keep pace with having a stream then. I think I'll do that. I'll just do... finish Beidou's and start with Yunjin's hangouts tomorrow morning instead of doing private battles because Switch is style commission. But then Monday I should have my fan installed and be ready to continue on with Splatoon as normal. Thank you all for hanging out. May the Lord be with you, and I shall return anon.